Welcome to today's session of Your Levels. As we await the first submissions in queue, we're going to take a quick warm-up look at a level from January by an old friend of the stream, Ragnarok X. This is Checkered Pass. Watch your step. So I can see from the opening image already that this is potentially a reworking of a concept that Ragnarok X was actually very well known for back in Maker 1. But let's peek in here and see what it's all about. So yes, this is something that Ragnarok X was actually kind of trying to make work in Maker 2 for the longest time, because the semi-solid stacking rules had changed pretty considerably. Now, here's the way the concept works. Various semi-solids are stacked. The ones that have 4 notches, like this, notches, or rather the nails that are holding and fastening the panels on top, are the locations that you're able to stand on. So the idea is that you're able to go from one panel to another. Now, the issue is this, that this was very difficult for him to implement in Maker 2, as far as I'm aware, because of the way that semi-solid stacking was stored in the editor, which was dramatically changed from the way it worked in Maker 1. Doxson, welcome. Doxson, you are the first one in the queue if you do choose to submit, so you're quite welcome to do so. It looks like there is going to be something like a triple jump spot here, or at least, there we go, triple jump. And okay, looks like we'll need to make our way over to that location after that. And Sir Mickey, hello, welcome as well. Thank you for Spooktown Coin Hunt, which we'll take a look at after Doxson's submission and after this warm-up level, assuming we can find a way around a maze. Looks like we'll just have to twirl our way over. Whoops. Feel free to play any level, ignore the multiplayer tags, and they are lies. They usually are. Usually. We actually did see a legitimately well-tuned level for multiplayer versus yesterday that somebody sent me at the very end. But until further notice, we will indeed assume that we shouldn't believe your lies. Let's actually watch where the panels are. So, okay, so here's how this level works. I'm looking for the panels that are fastened on top as well as the bottom, because that tells me the surfaces are actually available for standing. Can be surprisingly difficult to see. But yeah, this was something that... Whoops. I'm glad to see that Ragnarok X has finally managed to make work in Maker 2. Probably took quite a lot of fussing around with the editor given the rules for stacking that are now in place when it comes to the ordering of semi-solid layers. Okay, let's maintain momentum here, and yes, this is a safe panel, and then we have another one that's 2 spots to the right. There's a 20-second record on this, and we are not going to try to chase it. Next panel after this, oh yes, I see the location. Okay. Interestingly enough, you can always see the next location within the camera boundaries, just barely. It is fairly well tuned as a level design. And yeah, Doxson, you said you have a New Soup DS remake of some sort. We'll consider that when we encounter it. Okay, let's see here. Next panel is going to be over here. And the next panel is going to be over here. And there we are. No problem.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
And Doxson, we will pull yours up right away, so there won't be much of a wait at all. Let's plug it in with Next, which is going to give me your maker code. JT Flamer, welcome and thank you for the submission. Thank you for Iggy's Circular Sanctum looks like it's the finale, the capstone to your World 2, whatever it is. And we'll hopefully get to that in a bit. Okay, so Doxson, you're telling me I should pick whatever? Right, because we began with the Mario 64 remake the other day, let's just go in order, if you don't have a particular preference. And let's come see the Bowser Brothers of Fire Circus, starring you. Nukukaza, welcome back. Alright, let's all go to the circus. Let's quit this game, load up 3D World, and go to the circus. Of course, I'm going to check over here first. Maybe that's a bad idea. Hang on. But I can totally stop on the chomp if it's in a good position and probably get up to the top. Let's not do that. Okay, fine. It's totally doable. Maybe just discouraged slightly. I do like to check things like that. Oh, the spike under the bumper. That was unfortunate. Yeah, that I did not expect. A little hidden spike there. You can kind of see it poking out by a few pixels when it does its animation. Nukukaza, thank you for wall bounce tutorial test. Yeah. In the dark, I can't quite see if there was a similar situation with that bumper. So let's not mess with it, although if Fire Flower is sitting over a block, then we can drop it. No, we can't. Okay. Okay, Junior is just going to do this. I don't know if he is guarding a key door and if we actually need to kill him, but let's assume that we probably do. Yes, there's the key. Okay. Or rather, there's the door that is matched to the key that Junior is no doubt holding, so let's just shotgun him for a bit. Notice the shell that is riding the enemy clown car. And through we go. Looks like somebody forgot to turn the lights on in the circus. We'll jump up here. Whoops. I said we'll jump up there. Hang on. Let's not slip up with the easy things. I can totally make that. Whoops. If I just stop slipping all over the place. There we go. Didn't even need the wall jump. Now what? Okay. Right side. Okay, did not expect that block, but then we are playing a Dark Paxman. Welcome back. Thank you for the submission of your maker code. It's been a while since I played one of yours, so looking forward to it. And as usual, trapping yourself in a claw is going to set off all the electric guitars. And yeah, we'll just ride every mushroom lamp over until we've turned out the lights. Oh, that was a bad idea. Looks like there is some kind of coin collection. I don't believe it's in this section just yet. Not having seen any evidence of it. But hey, that's one way to get whacked in the face with a hammer. Okay. Yeah, definitely a few locations where you can hit your head against some unseen spikes. That's the only thing. But for the most part, if we're following the claws, we're not going to have too much trouble, I don't think. I guess it's sort of in the nature of a dark level that every now and then you will have to be careful about a few things. Okay, what's this section all about? Icicles are going to drop. And then, okay, we need to slide under that location, so we'll do that. And Yoshi is going to await us on the other side and just kind of tease us with his inaccessibility. Let's boom that boom, and then we'll be through here as well. Okay, coin collection time. Let's see here. We need 6. We can have rocky wrenches indefinitely coming out of that location. just kind of squat on that until we run around. Interestingly enough, the red pipe allows you to get out of here in spite of the fact that we have not collected all the coins, so I don't know if this is going to be something optional, but we will find that out soon enough, I'm sure. Key door to the left could be that through the pipe you grab the 2 remaining coins. I suspect that may be the case. Oops. So, down we go. And, okay, so it's going to be some kind of wiggle bounce. The coin blocks give you nothing. The wigglers give you something. Don't know... Okay, we can't really pass through that location to the left, but it looks like we will have 1 remaining coin. That is still unseen. And we're rapidly running out of hits that we can take, but we'll just have to get around here and past all of the mole spawns and see what's possibly elude us. What could possibly elude us here? We are missing something, clearly. Could be a pipe entrance. Ah, yes. Pipe over burners. Certainly one overlap that is sometimes easy to forget. And hey, Glitch, welcome back. And yeah, Glitch. Yeah, when you left last night, we did kind of abort on your level in terms of being able to get over to final jump. I don't know if you've made revisions or if you want to resubmit as is, but you're certainly welcome to send that again. Unless, of course, you wish to show me something else completely. And yeah, I know this is an extremely inconvenient time for everyone. And unfortunately, it is the only time I'm able to do this anymore. I know I used to do the afternoon block in NA as well, but that's much less frequent now in terms of my own availability, so... And yeah, it's really too bad, but, you know, at least we're getting any Mario Maker in at all, which I missed very much. Hey, we can spit Yoshi eggs, which is great, because potentially we can give ourselves a second Yoshi location. Looks like we just have to go fast here and go straight to the right. Nope, nope. That's going to be a big R right after the key door, so we'll just have to redo that segment. Glitch, any thoughts on the final part? Yeah, ditch the on-off blocks over the flag. I think that's literally the only fix. There's enough time pressure from getting off the spikes, and you shouldn't have to time the specific switch location from the spikes over to the flag on the right side. We're talking about a completely different level for those who are watching. I'm just kind of trying to reconstruct that verbally and from memory, which may not be the best idea. But I think Glitch understands what I mean. Oops. Okay, let's go back through. No, we can't go back through because I... Ah, no, there we go. More Yoshis. There we are. At long last. Can't possibly be that difficult in a style when Yoshi lets you float everywhere. And Propeller lets you float everywhere else. But yeah, it's very true that there are a lot of people who are my old regulars that I haven't been able to get back here recently simply because I stream at a time that is sort of maximally inconvenient for both of my audiences in NA and EU. So let's all go to the circus. It's kind of generally the off-peak time for Twitch as well in terms of the time of day when it's at its lowest dip. Doxton, thank you for that. We certainly went to the circus. I mean, you know, with a dark level, often I think that's a challenge for a designer in terms of being able to signal things fairly and make sure the player is just not blindly stumbling into things that feel like they're coming out of nowhere. But, you know, I think you managed to balance that fairly well, and to the tune of something that's around 13%, I think the players may agree, so thank you for that. Let's see what's next. And, of course, for the Rainbow Hearts. Let's mark that as a win. Sir Mickey, if you are still here, I mean, you were just here, so I assume you haven't gone anywhere too soon, but you may wish to check in just in case. And yep, thank you very much. Looking forward to RB8. GX8. E9G. Spooktown Coin Hunt. Seek the red coins. Use the checkpoint wisely. Let's do that. Okay. Why am I thinking about taking a checkpoint right away? I shouldn't, because this is a coin collection level. I should save the checkpoint until I am a few coins in. So let's explore for a bit first. And remember that checkpoint is right at the beginning. It looks like there will be some kind of a non-linear coin hunt that is involved in this level, and the door over here will ultimately be unlockable by all of the coins. At least it seems so. Anyway, here's one. Let's check the lower level and maybe scan each of these doors and pipes in order so we don't just miss one. And you think you made it too easy? Well, we'll figure that out. I make a lot of self-inflicted mistakes just from trying stuff, so I may not be the best evidence of difficulty, but it's alright. It's all about trying to hit the intended audience, whatever it is, and I think there's definitely a market for good levels that are on the easier side, which are hard to do, you know, like making something that has a high clear rate that is still mechanically engaging is definitely a challenge from a maker's perspective in its own right, so definitely nothing to complain too much about. Getting very needlessly hit over there. Yeah, in terms of checkpoint mechanics, I mean, I think a lot of players, you know, sometimes even if they do make themselves aware of checkpoint mechanics, they will instinctively just see a flag and try to grab it. I understood here that we should just save the checkpoint for as long as we can. But we'll see about that. Looks like there's some kind of throwing marker up there. Yeah, just a lot of fire dodging. I actually think this particular track pattern and the one that we just saw in the previous room is still something you need to work around cautiously. Like, I don't think it's super easy or anything. Still need to be somebody who keeps on your toes. Now, let's save at this point, actually. I know I have 2 more left to go, but we'll do that. And not get hit in the face with a dry bones until after we've hit the checkpoint, which is just a case of impeccable timing. And you can hear that horror music and effect kick in, as if to say, yes, indeed, that is impeccable timing. So, let's move forward and see what else we missed. Looks like we never checked that rooftop, which may or may not be something. Nope. Okay, a bit of a track all symbol up here that gives you a blue pipe to eventually get to if we have some way of reaching it. So, I won't be able to do a wraparound jump on a vine of that height, I don't think, so we'll not consider that, but here we are. And what does this give me? Yes, another fire dodging sequence. I kind of like, by the way, how going into the interiors of the buildings matches the exterior. Like, you have this illusion of actually entering the building that you've built into the subworld. I always kind of like it when people who build aesthetic levels pay attention to creating that kind of sense of topography. So, anyway, just making sure that the work goes appreciated here. Okay, now we put ourselves at risk of key death. Maybe we should not have saved this one for last. Okay. Anyway, let's do that. And not suffer from key death, which would be terrible. Also, I couldn't help but notice the hard block decoration on the right side, often implying to me that there's going to be, you know, some kind of scroll stop break. I don't think it's the case in this level, but I always look at walls and think about whether we can bomb them out eventually. I don't think it's the case here. I think it's just aesthetics, but regardless, Sir Mickey, thank you for the follow. And let's go through the key door. And that's it. Yeah, simple series of challenges, but very clearly a great deal of attention to making this an aesthetically coherent place, so that was a Spooktown Coin Hunt. Thank you very much. And let's move on to whoever's next. Use the checkpoint wisely. Yeah, if I had properly remembered the description, maybe I would have used the checkpoint wisely. I mean, I don't know how many of the people, when you do playtesting, are going to do the top right corner last. There is a risk of key death, even if you do use the checkpoint wisely, in that, you know, if you're doing the one that has the highest risk of instantly killing you last, where it's directly over the pit, you will have players that run into resetting the whole thing. And that's the only thing that I would have come to mind. That, you know, that the very last obstacle in the bottom right is, I think, very often something that people will check last, and that it's not something that just damages you, right? Like, it's something that actually does drop you to your death. Anyway, Glitch. Yeah, thank you for your maker code, and JT Flamer, who was just signaling your presence. Let's take a look at 3Q7. LHP. I mean, the level is fine as is. Like, I usually kind of give feedback for the purposes of informing future levels and making sure you have the information to make those better. Anyway, Iggy's Circular Sanctum. Iggy has filled the caves with circular contraptions. Try not to get dizzy. And yeah, we're in for a boss, which is great. We'll see how it goes. Okay, oh yeah, let's actually read this properly and jump from tile to tile. Just as an initial accuracy check that we're going to fail miserably, even when everything is clearly signaled by coins. That's not a hard jump, we just play badly sometimes. Okay, up we go.
Oh no!
Like I was saying. No, that's just a case of me missing the coin trail. Well, you can do better than that. And let's go. Yeah, I think the curvature of the coin trail kind of throws me off a bit mentally.
Oh no!
Okay, it took me a moment to read what was going on there. I will probably need to fail on that location once or twice again just to see what my approach is going to be, but you know, that sometimes is a risk with the skull platforms, with how fast they go, is that you do kind of have to be quick when it comes to reaction time. If I had twirled a little bit quickly, then I could have landed on the bottom right. It would have been fine. Yeah, in general, Glitch, that's the issue with Nintendo's implementation of checkpoints is that like checkpoint mechanisms that are safe for the player usually depend on some kind of community knowledge. And for levels that are going to reach an easier player base and reach less experienced players, they are the ones who are least likely to kind of have the community knowledge to know things like saving the safety coin for last, for instance. And so being able to safely communicate something like that in a non-linear coin-based layout is definitely something that, you know, doesn't have a perfect solution as far as design goes. And I think most of us have just kind of accepted the custom of using safety coins just as a bit of a compromise, almost. And yes, exactly, a glitch. That you can have the kind of duplication of the reusable checkpoint on either side. I know what you're talking about, but I think it was part of that level's design to have a checkpoint that you kind of use at any time at your leisure. So let's enter Iggy's room after staring at the booze in his entrance for a while. Looks like this is bifurcated into two sides where we will have to dodge saw blades coming up. One tile gap there was kind of threatening. If we had moved faster, we have plenty of opportunity there to get to safety, but it took me a moment to understand what was going on with the blasters that were descending on top of each other. Whoops. Going too slowly there. I've become really fond of what they call the anti-key death mechanism, if any of you are familiar with it, which does let you have a safe continuation after the key door and allow you to continue onward to a final playable segment. But that's also one of those cases where you are depending a bit on community knowledge in terms of people understanding that they shouldn't bail on what looks like key death. Yeah, sure, let's take left again. I, once again, have been underestimating the timing of the saws. These are easy jumps, I'm just kind of reading the level still and making a very poor showing of it. And Nukukaze, exactly, that's timer issues are always present. In terms of having to accommodate the possibility of timing out. Yeah, trying to rush things a little bit. I feel like I was having an easier time with the spacing of the wall jumps on the right side, actually. Let's take right. And just wall jump up immediately. For that matter. Oh, down, yeah. I should have thought about that. Yes, let's reconsider that. Okay. No. I was thinking about the third blue platform and what I'm doing at that point in terms of what I'm reaching for, but I think I just need to read that again. Sometimes I can be a little bit slow on the read. Ah, yeah. A little bit slow there in terms of getting off of the wall slide, but the distances are now very clear to me. So yes, I do know what to do on the right side now. Okay. Go. No, I kind of brushed that a bit early. It is possible to get up to that platform early, but if I'm going left to right towards it, I'm not going to get a very good run to head back to the left side. So I should not try to skip ahead. I should probably just do the blue platforms in sequence like that. Okay, we've got a couple of descending blades there that are going to control my maximum approach. Okay. Pretty relaxed segment, actually. I mean, it's all about to read. Yeah, all about to read. Oh, whoops. Definitely getting deflected a little bit by the skull platforms all over the place. We should not activate them the way we've been doing. Did I actually manually activate all of them? I have to look at that once again. Yes, I do when I drop in. So we just have to mind the floor, and the walls, and everything else for that matter. It does bother me slightly that the room is not symmetrical. That you do have that extra set of wall tiles on the right, but that's okay. That's just me being a little bit picky about such things. Anyway, Iggy's movement is going to be a bit chaotic, and so we'll just try to avoid him entirely. Staying in the air is maybe even the best idea, as long as he doesn't come up with a shell. Oh, I like this, actually. And we need to get back into the middle platform anyway. There we go. There we go. Actually, kind of a neat boss design. Sure, we'll take the long way down to the flag, and then that skull's going to take us up and just disorient us once more. Yeah, Glitch, but I think that's a totally valid strategy. I think, you know, the movement there is chaotic enough that you are kind of encouraged to use the moving platforms to your advantage, rather than just letting them push you about all the time. Like, I don't think that's a cheese, I think that's actually the strategy. And so, thanks for that, JT Flamer. Anyway, Nugukaza, let's take a look at 3S2. When it comes to difficulty, I think, you know, a lot of it is the boss at a difficulty that's kind of consistent with what the rest of the platforming up to that point in the level is asking the player to do. So, and I partly point that out because, you know, for those who don't know, Glitch sends me really hard bosses that I sometimes spend over half an hour on, and they're very good bosses in most cases, but the player is kind of properly conditioned to expect that kind of demand, right? So I think the boss in the last level is pretty consistent with the amount of management of Blue Skull platforms that you have to do up to that point, so I have no problem with it. Wall bounce tutorial test. Interesting, so there's some kind of mechanic that we are going to work with here. And you're going to delete this afterwards, but you want to see this in action. And that's fine, we do plenty of developmental testing here, as you know. So this is all about just whacking this with a P-switch, and then something's going to reset. Oh, I see, we have to deflect with the P-switch. Like, okay, so there's going to be some kind of double tap that's going on here. Like, you boost up with Y, and then you boost down with Y. Is that the idea? Let's... Why? Oh, I see, because there's a Thwomp activation that is only going to happen once. And so this is all about understanding the deflection. Okay. The instructions are telling me to tap Y 3 times, and so I am doing that in terms of letting up before I do the reversal, and I think maybe that's wrong. Hang on. Because there clearly is a Thwomp reset in the upstairs once you hit the switch for the first time. Or not necessarily a Thwomp, but, you know, some kind of switch activation. Don't tap Y in the middle, okay. Oh, I see, that's a stroke over to Y. I see, I didn't understand that the diagonal track there was a stroke. Don't tap Y in the middle. Okay. So you kind of need to just kind of ride out the momentum towards it. You do need to tap it in order to... Oh, I see. No, I see. Okay. I understand it. You move up towards it, and then you point it down, and then you bump it. No. But do I need to pick up some momentum first? Yeah. So the second symbol is don't press Y. Wait. And then you press Y maybe as you're making contact for the turnaround. Okay. We should not miss, first of all. That's kind of an important part of doing this. Okay. Hang on here. Clearly our accuracy needs work. Okay, but I'm losing too much momentum, though, to do that turnaround. So I'm not quite sure what the instructions are kind of communicating to me here in terms of the placement, because you're telling me that I should boost, I should let up on the boost, and then I should tap it again facing the other way already in order to do the switch activation, right? That I turn first and then I... No, I don't see it. So at Nuka Kaze, like, is there any... Like, is there a particular trick to the interaction that I'm missing in terms of... So what I'm doing currently, I'll explain what I'm doing currently. I'm letting up on the P-Balloon, as the second symbol is instructing, when I'm making contact. And then I'm pointing the other way. And when I point the other way during the spin, I resume the dash. If I point the other way and resume the spin, it does activate the switch, but I don't pick up enough speed to actually go through the gate. I've done it several times already and I just haven't noticed. Okay. Interesting. Like, because I'm pointing the other way, and then it's activating the upstairs. Interesting. Okay. I need to reset this in order to reset the mechanism up top, so let's see. Hey, Vex Gaming, welcome. Vex Gaming, hope you had a good stream earlier today. Glad to drop by for a bit. Normally, when you bounce off walls, you get stunned. This is trying to teach you to do it without being stunned. Okay, interesting. Right, because I want to point the other way first before making contact with a switch, right? But the issue is that I am losing too much speed. Okay. And hey, CJK, welcome. I need to point straight down, actually. That's the issue here. I don't know why I'm doing the diagonal. But there is going to be a bit of lag time from this spin anyway, right? Like when the P-Balloon does its little spinning animation. You got rated by Geek? Oh, well. Congratulations to you, Vex Gaming. I saw that Geek was actually playing Trolls in front of about 200 people earlier today, so that's a pretty big boost. Yeah, I am releasing the boost. I'm hitting it, and then I'm activating the switch on the turnaround. The issue here is that I'm not getting enough acceleration afterwards. And I'm not quite sure how to do it. Like, maybe I need to maintain full speed right... Okay, so I see how the wall is kind of giving me a bit of a bounce back, like that, right? So the bounce back gives me some distance to work with. Is that how it's supposed to look? Oh, no, I see. Okay. Okay, I'm doing that a bit early, but yeah, I want to make contact on the turnaround, yeah. Main tech is avoiding the stun. Okay. Hang on. Let's redo this. Avoiding the stun. Let's try it on a different wall again, when I'm not dealing with diagonals. It's the resumption of speed afterwards that is the issue I'm trying to resolve here. So... why wouldn't I get stunned out? Huh. Try just by facing the same direction. Okay. Facing the same direction. I mean, like, facing it like this. Huh. Not quite sure. Boost into the wall, release boost before the wall, and re-grab boost soon after hitting. That is what I'm trying, though. Like that, right? Or is that still counting as a stun? That is still counting as a stun, okay. Hang on, just a second. Okay, no, I see. I think I'm letting go much too early, though. Yeah, because now I'm not losing speed. And now I am losing speed, okay. Let's try this. No. Yeah, okay, so if the boost animation resumes immediately after turning around from the wall, that means I've done it correctly. And I've not done it correctly. Hang on. No, I'm still kind of restarting from 0 here. That's correct. So I've been able to do it some of the time. But... okay, not quite. Yeah. Even if when I know what it is I'm supposed to do, it's actually kind of difficult to hit the timing. But I do see what the animation is supposed to look like when I do it correctly. Okay. Okay. Hang on. Yeah, like that. I see it. That was closer. Except I was facing the wrong direction. Almost. Getting there. I'm spending too much time on the rotation now. I must release well before hitting the wall. Okay, it's the resumption that seems like it's a little bit late, though. So... no. It could be that I'm re-grabbing the dash too early. And that might be the issue that I'm running into here. Okay. Tommy Knot, welcome. Thank you for the submission. Hang on. Okay. Still not managing to make that. But... no. Probably re-grabbing much too early. Yeah, I am re-grabbing much too early. That's the issue, is that I am letting go, but I'm still re-grabbing before I have actually made contact, so, yeah. Almost. Okay. Let's try this once again. Probably not as hard as I'm making it look, but... hit, re-grab. No. Hit, spin, re-grab. Okay. Hit, spin, re-grab. Almost. I think that was the right idea. Yeah, not quite. I'm just slightly slow on the whole thing. Yeah. I feel like I am doing it correctly, but the re-grab timing is off. No. Okay. Not quite where we want to take this. Almost. I did get the boost back early that time, so... and I am just kind of clipping directly into the state blocks now. I always wonder if it's easier to understand if the diagonal stroke is going the other way. I definitely didn't quite understand what was going on with it going top left to bottom right, but maybe that's just the way I do strokes, that I understand a slash better than a backslash. But right now, knowing the technique isn't the issue, though. Like, I understood what the graphic was trying to tell me, and I gave up on it a bit early because it didn't seem to be doing the thing I wanted it to do. But yeah. I don't know, difficult to communicate things sometimes with the amount of space the blocks take up and the number of elements we have to work with, so. Okay, 1 second. Well, we have almost beaten the tutorial. Not quite. I feel like it is just a quick timing issue here. Hang on. I feel like I am actually late on the regrab now. Maybe if I am doing this correctly, it's not supposed to feel this tight. It does feel unusually tight right now. In that, you know, if the on-off blocks were even one space up, I probably would be able to make it. But right now my timing is off by enough that I'm overlapping them directly. You see? I'm just kind of bumping right into them. Yeah. So right now it's purely execution that is the issue here. And that the best I can do is get on top of the red blocks. Yeah. No. Guess it does need a certain accuracy too just to get up to the switch. In terms of knowing where to angle up towards it. Because one of the things I should be doing is minimizing the time that I'm spending doing the rotation animation, right? Most useful tech for people, and well, yeah, if you're doing anything that's kind of very timing dependent. You know, being able to retain momentum on a turnaround really does unlock quite a few possibilities. I mean, I'm sure this is the kind of thing that was basically separating me from record times back when Nintendo was doing the Peebaloo Ninja Race. And I finished very well in the Peebaloo Ninja Race, actually. I think that was one of my best, and that was despite not knowing this kind of tech. Required for speedrunning, absolutely, yeah. Vex Gaming, I usually switch to joystick for the Peebaloo. I'm not doing it today because I am on the Super Nintendo controller. I'm not on my Pro controller. And so I'm actually purely on D-pad. And so that may be the issue here, that I'm not able to make the instant directional adjustment. Because I'm just cranking down on a D-pad right away, and I usually do switch to, like if I am on Pro Controller, I usually do switch to stick for Peebaloo or Frog, but yeah, that's probably why I'm having a timing issue here, is that the D-pad might just not make this playable. Another time save is to start turning while you release boost. Yes, so you don't lose as much time on the moment of contact. Yeah. There we go. That's a good tip. Success. Now we do something similar and run out of time. No, we just get that. Okay. That was a bit of a workout, but thank you for that, Nukukaza. Very valuable to learn these things, even if we haven't had much practice with them. So, I mean, I know this is just a tutorial that you're going to delete and very much in an incomplete state, but in terms of doing that, yeah, like I said, I didn't initially notice the track stroke over the second Y. Once that was pointed out to me, I understood what the level was trying to tell me in terms of letting go and repressing. Actually being able to do it, though, was tight enough that it made me feel like I was doing it wrong. So I almost wonder if it would be better to teach that like with a first segment that's not as tight, in terms of having the blocks one tile higher or something, unless that breaks the whole concept. And then maybe having a second segment that has this kind of spacing. To at least communicate that, you know, the player is doing the right thing and that it's possible. I don't know. It is kind of a difficult thing to communicate, though, isn't it? Particularly by trying to test it against a diagonal first. But instead of something that's kind of like a straight back and forth. I don't know. I think it's valuable to know this stuff anyway, though, and I do thank you for showing that to the stream. So yeah, I mean, we're here for playtesting purposes, you know that, and so hopefully that is useful information. Paxman, if you are still here. And just gonna wait for Paxman to check in. Yes, great. Glad to have Paxman catching this stream for a change. And hope you're doing well over on your end as well. Does seem like it's been a while since I've caught up on one of yours, so I'll be glad to do it. With Star Power Thrusters, which is, oh, okay, thank you for offering me First Clear on a test. Let's test it out. Yeah, Paxman, I mean, I do check the online list, but I do find that Twitch tends to be a little bit inaccurate and laggard when it comes to that, and so I do always do a verbal check-in just in case people are AFK. But here we are. Yeah, always like the night theme boost on these guys, the Mecha Koopas. Gotta be really entity heavy to have all those 3 stacks going, of course. But whatever you need to make those jet engines go. Yeah, we have to stay low on the left side, and we need to maneuver. Whoops. This is to the left. That's probably not the right way to do it. We want the moon because the moon kills the munchers. Yes, we do. Okay. There we are. Ah, okay, dodging test. And once again, we want to hit the moon. Yes. So we'll just get in position for that, and being able to make a risky play for the moon is always going to be a good idea because it will make everything safe when you land. Okay. Much better that time. Just have to ride it out calmly sometimes. Okay. That's moon number 1. Yep. Took the hit there, but we did manage to eliminate everything. Oh, maybe I should have let the Mecha Koopa do its work and drop into that zone, except it was the lower Mecha Koopa, and so I don't think it would have broken everything that I wanted. However, the blue Mecha Koopa was on boosters, so maybe it was possible to break through. I should have checked the question blocks, but oh well. Okay, this guy is going to come over. Going to break that open. Can I despawn him by going further? No, timing actually looks pretty accurate. Just gonna swing to the right to see if I despawned him. No, he's just gonna take his time. Okay. I did have to wonder there for a moment. Oh, you really do bunch up right against him here. Yes, and he misses the second block, and so we're just stuck. Okay. I guess that is precisely the kind of thing you are testing for, so. Here we go. And of course, it depends on how I'm controlling my position as well when it comes to, whoops, letting this guy start his firing pattern. Okay, back into it we go. And we'll just let him zap this once again. Whoops. Always a little too optimistic about their timing. Missed a cannonball. I mean, a full jump does get me around those guys, but I'd have to be quite a bit more accurate. So let's just lead him up. Guess eventually we will be landing on top of the stump platform on top of him, I would imagine. Okay. Unless he lands on me first, which is a risk. Now I wonder what I should be doing with my range relative to him then, if I want to control the firing versus traveling pattern, if I was perhaps straying a little bit too far. Okay. Like if I stand kind of at medium range here and then do that. Oh yeah, it definitely needs some fixes, but you know, that's what testing is for. Kind of like the Buzzy platform here, that's a neat idea. Okay, now we ride this guy out and hope that nothing gets clawed by the claw. Drop that guy. I wonder if I drop him... Yeah, if I drop him as I'm traveling, I could probably have just picked him up. And yes, I can control the direction of the mecha here. Let's just grab the gate. And hey, yes, Supernova, I do stream. I recently resumed after several months off. And so thank you for the follow. Glad to catch you too, from time to time. So yeah, thank you for that, Paxman. I know it's kind of like an early technical test that the last section does, in fact, require quite a few fixes, but that's hopefully something you have the information to do. So, thank you for that. Let's mark that as a win. And let's move on. And thank you for the codes, Supernova. Glitch, let's get back to you with 8, B3, M79, 6NF. Don't know if I played this Bloodborne First Hunt. Whatever happens, you may think of it all a mere bad dream. I have not played Bloodborne, but if I beat this level, I can say I have, and it would not be entirely untrue. Burkowski with the world record, which doesn't tell me anything about whether or not this is puzzly, but let's take a look anyway, and looks like we have some kind of a link-related boss, rather, if I'm to trust the tags. First level of the game remade, okay, so when I do finally get around to playing Bloodborne, maybe I can recognize things and notice trivia. No, I was just trying to test out the mole hitbox there. That was a bad idea. But it's early in the level, and I kind of want to do it. This is a terrible idea. Let's not do it. No, mole hitbox isn't going to go. Let's just move on. Okay. Yeah, Paxman, with the previous level, I think there's a lot that's going to be dependent on player positioning and understanding when to trigger the boost, when you do trigger the boost, rather, versus when you are going to actually get a zap out of the Zapakuba. Okay. Let's bomb that again. I'm not fussing with a one-tile gap. Okay. And tap that guy. Yeah. Okay, that's on top of a semi-solid, of course. What's up with this? It's going to be up, and we are going to be looking for some kind of P-switch that takes us to the P door earlier, if possible. Okay, that's just enforcing the on-off state going into that pipe, but we'll check this first. Okay, exit only, but that is going to be 1 out of 5 coins. Let's go down here and see if that matches that location. Okay, repeatable checkpoints. And let's see here. Grabbing that coin right away. Definitely kind of considering what I can do in this location. Yeah, okay, that's just for the checkpoint. Yeah, I know I got the safety coin. That was almost certainly a bad idea, but that's what we live for. Yeah, sometimes I just see shiny thing and I go for it, even if I do know exactly what's going on with the checkpoint setup. That's the unfortunate thing about checkpoints in general, is that you can design them as well as you want. Most of them will still be vulnerable to user error in the silliest way. Okay, let's move around and get past some of the shops here. Let's not stand so close. Oh, whoops. Do I need Link to pass this? Probably. But we'll just try to muddle through without the Master Sword. Regardless. Okay. Through we go. And what do we got here? Piranhas. No actual Master Sword requirement right here, which is fine by me for the time being. Let's wait for this guy to get into the stomp, maybe. There we go. Yeah. I'm sure anybody who actually has played the Bloodborne can fill me in on some of the flavor here when it comes to understanding what these locations represent. And down we go. Okay, it was that last coin that was by that Thwomp exit we saw earlier. Whoops. Expect a muncher. Yeah, a bit of a touchy situation here. Alright, let's get over here again just to see what's going on. Did I miss a replenishment of the Master Sword that was in a really obvious place? I suspect I did. That's okay. Oh yeah, I totally missed it. This is where I was earlier. I do remember the Chomp segment. Let's see if I just missed the Master Sword. So for example, if it was spawning right on top of the checkpoint pipe or something. Oh, in the checkpoint room. Okay, I have no memory, really. Particularly because the respawn point is never going to be out of this checkpoint, right? The respawn is always going to be out of the other checkpoint, so you are kind of relying on the player's memory here, but again, that may just be me. And okay. Sure, let's tap this guy and go down the steps to see what awaits us in the abyss. Oh yeah, we've been here. Okay. And okay, going to take out the Spike and the Hammer Brothers and the Goombas and all these other enemies as are well known from the video game Bloodborne. The Chain Chomps, of course, are from Bayonetta. Okay, down we go. Supernova, I don't think this is anti-key death. I think it's just standard key death, by the looks of it. Because anti-key death, you would just grab the coin at the beginning in front of everything else, and you would have entity blockage maintaining the key mechanism, right? So you wouldn't have a lot of the spawns that we were seeing. If I understand that correctly. So no, I don't think it's like anti-key death as I understand it. But considering how powerful anti-key death is, it seems to be one of those things that's still not kind of well understood on a community scale. But it may just be that people need to see it more. I mean, you have a lot of people who are decently experienced makers who just never play with entity tech, right? And so sometimes that's just a big hole in community scale knowledge, but who knows? Okay, let's take out some of these chumps. And what have we got here? You didn't want to give the player a ton of power-ups? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I guess at least it's a... Oh, no, it's not a refreshable location, is it? If you grab the Master Sword from the steps. I guess the Master Sword isn't strictly required for anything except getting past the initial gate. It just makes a lot of things much more convenient. Well, I mean, there totally is a key death if I choose to die right now. Right? That would respawn at a checkpoint with 0, for sure. And Vex Gaming, you were saying Entity Limit is one of your favorite things to use with trolls. Yeah, if you want to, you know, drop a trampoline in somebody's face, that'd be how you would do it. I definitely needed to keep the sword here to whack him a bit. Okay, anyway, so yeah, you're past the checkpoint mechanism, and you're also past the on-off state, which resets everything to on. So this is how you ensure that if you get to the door, at least, you have a save point that gets you past the door. So that's a good mechanism. I like it. So yeah, the key death issue would be if you die before you come through here, and if you know, lose the 5th key after being silly like me and grabbing safety coin first. But and Supernova, you were saying you've seen a lower tech anti-key death mechanism. Yeah, probably. I think I might know what you're talking about, but I'm not going to envision it while I'm trying to jump around on these donut blocks. Okay. Tap that, tap that. Yep. The extra hit would have been nice, but... Oh, I'm just missing entirely with a lot of this stuff. Let's just fight him this way, I guess. It's a little bit of a spammy fight, but, you know, Big Bowser in this style is always going to be... Alright, fine. So here, if you time out at a checkpoint, you can cheese the whole level. Yeah, if you decide to die in this segment, yep. No. Because... yes, because the door is only gated off by on-off here. The way to preclude that would be by making the door setup here placed somewhere else entirely, but then you would need some kind of depth zone for the player so you don't get locked, I think. Although, no, you would have to clear it from checkpoint, so never mind that. Like, no matter what, you have to be able to clear from checkpoint. Sometimes when I'm trying to process this kind of thing quickly in my head, inaccuracies do happen, so, you know, those of you watching almost certainly have a better read on this than I do. Okay. Bombs have decent damage output. I'd rather do it than the sword, even though the sword is likely to get this down faster. Nice thing about the sword is that it bumps you back onto donut blocks, and so when you bump back onto donut blocks, you kind of keep them active. So the recoil from the sword is actually pretty useful here, in fact, in terms of making the fight relatively safe. By its very nature, it's going to be a little bit spammy, but, you know. And here's the flag. Naturally, we're going to avoid it and hunt for Seek. Oh, no. Did you just do that to me? At the flag. Glitch, I do this kind of thing because I can, and so will everybody else, I guarantee it. Well, not everybody else, but, you know, everybody who plays like me. Where I see objects above the flag and I think, oh, wonderful, bonus coins. Secret room. Let there be cake. Sure, let's try to get the clear. We haven't been on this for very long. Let's just redo the thing. So yes, glitch, that is an issue, and that is probably in need of some patching. Yeah, always check. That is why we test. And specifically, that is why you send your stuff to me, because I am the kind of player who will actually do that, instead of saying, huh, that looks dangerous, let's not go there. I will go there, every time. And, well, I mean, you just need fewer clouds, right? That's all there is to it. Or maybe SMB2 mushroom up there or something, so you can pluck your way down. What were we doing? Oh yeah, sure, let's just grab everything once more. Maybe we'll beat Grikowski's speed record on this and get something out of the experience. Okay, let's... I mean, we have seen the level at this point, so if I do manage to take many embarrassing deaths, I will probably drop it early, having, you know, seen all the content there is to see. I do heavily advise you to patch this, just because of that thing at the end. I mean, I guess technically we could have timed out there and respawned at CP2, as we were saying, but... Anyway. Yeah. I basically play viewer levels to find that stuff. So, that is the service we provide on this stream. No. Sure, let's just see if we can survive. If I take too many deaths here, I am just going to bail, since we have kind of done a proof of concept. And... Glitch, there's no way this level is a pain to clear. I mean, it's a lot easier than some of the other stuff you've shown me in 3D World. Let's grab the sword over here. That's okay, we'll make this the last attempt. We'll try to make it a decent one and do something silly like grabbing the safety coin first. Fairflow, welcome. Yeah, we'll try to make a fair effort at clearing this without, you know, doing a secret hunt at the end, but... we probably could have shielded our way out of the thwomp, or done this and just not moved the thwomp. Like, why didn't I just consider that in the first place? Okay. Let's grab the one up for Endless, it'll make up for the soft lock earlier. In theory. We can pretend it does. And hey, Natcat. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, we can stomp this guy. And from this point on is a lot of looking out for munchers on the lower level, but that's the main thing, as far as I recall. And sure, we'll take that. And we'll run away. There we go. And Natcat, are you also getting a stream up and running? Is that the implication I see in the chat? Or are you just collecting followers for much more secret and nefarious purposes? Okay. Sure, we'll do it that way. And down we go. Okay. Let's have another round. This will be the last attempt. If I die to Bowser this late in the game, we are just gonna call it. But yeah, using the sword recoil is going to be the approach here. Because that will pretty much always keep the donut blocks alive, and also I am able to deflect anything from Bowser height using the Buzzy Helmet, so... Oh, sure, let's bump him from below just to make a point. There we go. Well, Netcat, someday if you get a capture card, you will be prepared. Okay, let's just touch the flag. But that totally looks like a secret path, doesn't it, when you hop out into the flag room? It totally looks like, you know, you would collect something that says, "Congratulations, you found a secret." Or whatever it says in Bloodborne. I don't know if that really matches the tone of the original. Alright, Glitch. Not too bad, but the ending, you know, is a bit of a nasty shock. And whatever happens, you may think of it all a mere bad dream. Yeah, we'll think of it that way. I agree. So, might want to warn the next streamer, then, not to have too much fun in the flag room. If you're not going to change it. So, Vex Gaming, let's take a look at NRY. Y. S3. SVG, yeah, good night, Glitch. Thanks for coming by. Always happy to break your stuff. Okay, feeling perplexed. Vex Gaming knows that we've been doing a fair number of these lately. So here's a one-screen puzzle, version 3. And let's see what kind of mechanics are in store for us this time. Yeah, Natcat, I tend to run at an hour when NA people are going to bed and EU people are waking up, and so it feels equally inconvenient for everyone. But whatever works. Okay. Yeah, we just need to inspect stuff right now and see what the interactions are going to be. Spike Ball comes down. Spike Ball gives you Mushroom. Having the Mushroom allows you to walk past one-way panels here and get out safely. We obviously do not want to duck, and we obviously do not want to be small. Coming here with Mushroom allows you to tap this block, which will be important somehow. Yes, track indicator here are more invisible blocks, telling me that if we manage to send some kind of object up. I mean, I'm not going to be able to make it up there without some kind of item that gets me through, so in order to collect the pink coin... well, we'll see. We're still kind of inspecting this and in the exploration phase. Anyway, ultimate objective here is we want to collect all 4 pink coins, and we also need something that will brace our entry into this door. P-switch is going to do what for us? Let's check this. Fire would be able to hit the bomb, kind of indicating to me that maybe something like Yoshi is in store. The initial drop of the spike ball might be something that we're able to manipulate if we work quickly enough, and so if we need to reset, that's something we will consider. Yeah. On-off up here, actually kind of implying that, you know, I have a cape or something that is tappable. But we may need to reset this because the one thing to interact with so far is controlling the position of the spike ball as it comes down. So And Netcat, people who sleep during this hour are normies, I agree. And luckily they cleared away from me. I don't know what Roru's old schedule was. I never watched Roru all that regularly, though, so I don't really know much about that. Okay, no. The spike ball is something that we can totally deflect. We know how to interact with that. But so far, I don't know if there would be a way to keep it, because it would just come down through the one-way panels. But so far, here's what we can interact with. We can interact with this stuff. We can interact with this, but we don't want to do that, you know. Like, we would not want to do it this way. What we could do is we could be small by taking damage going into this segment. We could then claim a mushroom in this area. The mushroom makes us big, the mushroom gets us out. So let's do something like that, depending on the deflection pattern of the spike ball. I would assume that the spike ball needs to come down, mushroom spawns towards the right. We capture it afterwards. Let's just get hit. And the mushroom's going to go that way. That's okay, because if we stand to the left as the train leaves the platform, let's just let that come down. Mushroom is going to be pushed that way. Okay, let me think about what I can do to reposition the mushroom such that it's going to get over to the right, such that we're able to take damage, hit this, and grab a power-up. That's currently what I am hoping to do. Oh, both of them are available. That's interesting. Oh, you know what? No. This is wrong. I can always come through here and touch the mushroom this way. I should be able to make contact. Okay. So. Okay. So that's going to hit me, and then... Okay, no. I am blocked by the one-way panel if I'm doing that. So, let's rethink that, maybe. Well, that's a series of interactions I'm thinking of right now, unless, of course, we take advantage of the fact that spike balls can, in fact, hit invisible blocks when launched from below. In which case, we would not need to do the whole damage loop in terms of hitting divine blocks to the right. But it looks to me like we are supposed to hit divine blocks to the right, because if we do so, climbing divines up will allow me to get through this position without hitting the blocks, since we are going to be in a climbing state. That leaves the question, what does this do? Because this is still unexplained. And I know that I'm able to maybe reposition the spike ball if I'm doing that. But then why would I want to reposition the spike ball? That's the question. And Nukukaza, didn't you... Oh, I see. You maybe sent me a new version of the P-Balloon tutorial. That's fine. Okay. So, if we manage to resolve this issue here, how to get out of the trap by becoming big again, by perhaps having a mushroom be repositioned, then first coin is essentially resolved. Now, okay, let's take a look at stuff on the left over here. Also, because going through that position will allow me to whack the on-off switch. On-off switch is going to let me through to the left side. Yeah, I guess the thing is that currently I don't know what the question blocks are holding, so until I manage to hit them, it is kind of a mystery to me how they're going to interact with the rest of the puzzle. I'm almost kind of assuming that, you know, there will be some kind of Yoshi usage here, because that would be quite naturally how you get over to the bomb. Yeah, maybe there is something here with deflecting the spike ball that I should be aware of. So let's just start over and see if we... Yeah, spike ball is going to come down. And if it nudges that position, does anything change with its positioning? Mushroom is still going to go over to the right. Let's see here. Because if I manage to either A, get the spike ball to hit here, or B, get the mushroom to go over to the right side, then I might be in business. But until that point, we are missing some essential step. Kind of nice to have the peaceful music, by the way, in a level like this, in terms of just having thinking music to work to. By the way, it looks very much like there will be a Yoshi in some form, probably from this block, because one of the final interactions you would be able to use is repositioning this object over here in order to get through the door. It seems like that's the likeliest outcome in terms of what we'll do by the end. That the spring does kind of have a natural destination over here, and yeah, that might be it. I'm also kind of seeing that if I manage to do this loop going up the vine and over to the first coin, you hit the on-off switch, you're able to grab a Goomba. Goomba would give you access to this block. So, yeah, we still need to figure out the opening, though. And I don't think I have that yet. Spike ball comes down. I think my position relative to the spike ball might be able to manipulate it somehow, right? But what I don't know or remember is how to manipulate the mushroom position. And actually, no, the mushroom position doesn't matter, because if it goes left, it goes left. If it goes right, it bounces on this guy and goes left. So what I want to have happen is for the mushroom to make its way over. Because if the mushroom goes over to the right side, or if it's otherwise obtainable, then that gets resolved. All this stuff. Perhaps something changes if I hit all three of the invisible blocks when the spike ball is coming. No, I don't think I can ever afford to hit these at all, because the point is that these are kind of a vine control. They make sure that I must get through using a vine instead of using something like a Yoshi jump. And yes, Netcat, we do have a Shakespeare reward. I have not updated my other channel point rewards in some time, though, and people have been asking me to come up with new ideas, because I have some long-term regulars that are sitting on points in about 5 digits and have nothing to spend them on, having you know, had their fill of the sonnets already. Okay. So yeah, it's still the first interaction that we don't know, the first step. And so the question we should be asking ourselves is, what can I interact with in the first step? And so far the answer to that is only the spike ball and the blocks that could potentially control the positioning of the spike ball. Oh, you mean I can manipulate... I'm not sure I see how that helps, because the issue currently is that no matter what, so long as this remains in place, mushroom is always going to go left. Like that. Unless something about our position here is able to obtain it. And I don't think that collision actually ever happens. As long as I'm under the one-way panel. CJ, you were saying... CJK, rather. You're saying if I go under the one and hit the hidden block and run quickly to the left... I think the one-way panels are always going to trap me as long as I'm one tile high. I don't see that really changing unless I'm misunderstanding. And Vex, yeah, we're okay without hints for the time being. I mean, still just kind of playing with the initial set of potential moves here. Hit one of them and leave the other one open, you were saying? And, yeah, because the issue is that as soon as I hit this block, I get trapped in the lower level. And once I get trapped in the lower level, the only way to get out that I can see is by using a mushroom. Unless there's some kind of slope tech that I'm unaware of. And I doubt there's some kind of slope tech that I'm unaware of. No. Yeah, but then I'm 2 tiles high and I glitched through a one-way. Why would I? Sorry, I'm trying to understand what it is you're suggesting here, but run quickly to the left and get the mushroom. Hit the hidden block. And... let me think about that, because the other approach would be to find some way to deflect the spike ball into that location. Here's a possibility. Let's watch where the spike ball is landing. It's going to be on top of this guy here. So if we bump that... no, that's... if we bump it manually at all, we are going to be trapped at the bottom level. Hey, Nintenium, welcome. Thank you for Wells Cave. Yeah, the issue is almost entirely that the mushroom is constraining the spring. Unless it's possible to somehow grab the mushroom through here. You know, in terms of overlapping with it somehow, but if there is some kind of obscure interaction like that, I don't know it, I don't think. And Durflo, you're thinking that I should still obstruct the spike block by hitting like this and this, and containing its position this way? Doesn't solve the problem, because no matter what, if it hits while the trampoline is still here, you have a problem. So the question is, can we get the trampoline out of the way early? Because right now I'm working on the assumption that you would need something like Yoshi to move it. And I'm also working on the assumption, therefore, that you would have Yoshi spawn out of the other blocks. Almost certainly this one, because then you could get on it. Yeah, because eventually you would have a bomb ignition through fire. Once the bomb ignites, you have access to the P-switch. Access to the P-switch gives you access to the left side coin. And so right now we're just missing this one thing here. And we will see if there's something else that I'm misunderstanding about it. Let's try this one more time, because like maybe there is a way to make contact with a mushroom, and that if I do it, if the mushroom is like going over my head, then that would resolve this completely. If I duck under that P-switch... oh, the P block. Yes, you would be. Like, if you let the P run out while you are trapped in that position, yes, you would be. But, you know, it's not like you're past checkpoint or something. I guess the only thing that's missing is just some other form of self-inflicted death. Yeah, CJ, I'm still trying to understand what it is you're trying to say when it comes to grabbing something to the floor. You go under the one and hit the hidden block and run quickly to the left. Yeah, I'm not really understanding what it is you're suggesting, regardless. But maybe there's a way that's... Oh, actually, kind of interesting. Let's watch that damage state for just one moment here. Let me just try this once more. Okay. That's not what I was actually going to do. Let the spike ball hit you and then try to grab the mushroom. Oh, are you thinking that you want the spike ball to hit me while I'm kind of in the blinking state? While I'm already kind of damaged from this. Like, I'm in the blinking state, the spike ball runs into me. We can try it. I don't think that'll do anything. Like... So you're saying that I should get into a damage state. Then let the spike ball hit. Yeah, since we have no way of moving the spring out of the way, I guess it's not going to involve having the mushroom come over to the right. It might have to involve having some kind of deflection that allows the spike block to come up and hit these from below. Because the spike ball can absolutely hit the invisible blocks from below, we just don't know how to trigger that yet. And... yeah. Let's think about that. I don't see what else I can interact with, though. I mean, there are really only two possibilities that I can see in terms of objects that I can play with. Either I hit this and grab a mushroom, or the spike ball hits this. And I currently don't have a way to make either of those things happen, unless we have some way to make the spike ball come up. And... you think in the landing state, the spike ball can hit those invisible blocks. So you're saying that if I control the landing, as you were saying, by kind of controlling its drifting position, then it kind of lands and then bumps, right? Is that what you're saying? That you have an initial bump if it lands in this location here? Let's try something similar. So it's going to land, and then it's just going to roll directly. And if we're using the strategy where we are thinking about the spike ball as being the object that hits these blocks, then I definitely can't take any damage in here. Here's one thing to consider. I think there is a way to manipulate the rolling direction of the spike block when it comes down, and it has to do with my positioning. There's some way to do it, and I honestly don't remember what it is, but I remember picking it up during testing some of my own spike ball stuff that... I believe it's my vertical position that matters, but I could be terribly wrong about this. So we'll have to think about that. I mean, why would this be here? Unless the implication... oh, I guess it's just a soft lock protection then. Yeah, because I thought the implication would be that we would need to perhaps take some kind of self-inflicted damage. But if that's not the case... So, Vex Gaming, I'm going to do the usual thing where in lieu of asking for hints, I'll ask you a question, which is... is the solution something that we have already considered and discussed? Like, is it something that we've kind of given up on or not explored enough? Or is it something that we have not even thought of entirely? Like, it is something that we've discussed. Spin jump on a spike ball if it lands. I like that idea, actually. I like that a lot, in fact. I mean, not for that, but, you know, for something similar. What does that allow us to reach, though? Because we're not manipulating the positioning of the spike ball works. Okay, I'm missing one way a specific mechanic works. Is it something to do with the rolling direction, maybe? I don't know, maybe this is just a knowledge thing where I just don't remember the mechanic that you're relying on. And I know, Vex, from the previous puzzle that I played from you, that you do go for some relatively obscure stuff sometimes. So that's definitely occurred to me that maybe it's something that I'm not remembering. Either, you know, in terms of the mushroom hitbox, or the mushroom travel, I suppose. When I stand to the right of a spike ball, it should roll right after the landing. Yeah, I was thinking it was something like that, because I remember having to playtest something I was making and having, like, spike ball behavior that I had to debug because of my spawning location, and I don't know how that would help, though. Because even if you have a spike ball try to go up the slope, then is it just like a momentum thing from there? Let's see. Let's try to get to the right side of the spike ball then and see if we have anything that we can do upslope. Whoops, I was unwisely trying to duck in that position. Let's just drop this over here. Yeah, can you give a hint towards the mechanic but not the solution? Yeah, I trust that you'll be able to do something that doesn't feel like a spoiler. In case it is just something like really obvious that we're missing from a knowledge perspective. Because I feel like I understand the flow from that point on. It's the first interaction that is kind of eluding me. And it may just be something I'm forgetting from too long. A spike ball on a parachute acts differently than a spike ball without. Well, the easiest way to peel the parachute off, of course, is to have it land early on one of the blocks. Because if it's landing on top of one of the blocks, then it is going to go into its ground animation in terms of following like a falling logic, right? So we do want to brace the spike ball somehow. Is it going to land on top? No. Let's try this once again. Okay. If it lands on a third block, it would... maybe so. I am trying to watch the parachute pattern. Spike balls with parachute will roll with the direct influence by gravity when they land on a slope. Oh, that I don't think I knew, like the slope landing. So we'd want to control its position with one of the blocks this way then, ideally. Because the idea would be that it's going to do a bit of a side swing like this. Oh, whoops. And the idea would be that we wanted to deflect... Let's watch the pattern. Because you see how the spike ball swings back and forth a little to the left of this column here? So if we block its positioning, it's going to swing right and probably roll down the center block, and then roll down to the slope. If it's making contact with the right side of the track first, like this guy here first. No. Let's see if we can pick this apart. Not like that, obviously. I mean, if we bump the spike ball that way, it's still probably not helpful, given that we still haven't sorted out what to do with getting the mushroom repositioned. But I think, if I understand you correctly, if we manage to get the spike ball to land on a slope, like we would want to get some kind of deflection that allows it to hit these blocks by itself. It's a timing thing, okay. Well, yeah, it's... I mean, the only thing that we can interact with is the spike ball position, right? Like, if we manage to control its landing. So, for example, if we only hit the top block, if we only hit this one here, then that nudges it to the right, it lands on the slope, it comes down, and it lands on a slope, but we could probably do something else to control its position once it swings right over here. So let's try that again. Let's have it swing right. No. Yeah, okay. One moment, let's rethink this. Alternatively, we move it like this. Notice how it's coming right under that point and landing pretty much directly in this position. If we find some way to control its deflection, then we might have something. I feel like I understand the flow from there, and that's, no, it almost feels like the whole puzzle does come down to the understanding what to do with the spike ball here, where everything else, if I'm kind of getting the items that I'm expecting, should fall into place fairly readily. Let me think about this. Spike ball comes down this way. Yeah, it's something to do with controlling the deflection pattern, and it's not going to be with hitting both, obviously. Interestingly enough, the positioning of this square is telling me about this vine, but not so much about this vine. Telling me, perhaps, that I should definitely be thinking about this block here. Okay, that's still not much. Maybe it lands on a hidden block and it falls on a hidden block below. I don't believe so. I think when it comes to hidden blocks, the spike ball has to come up from below. In fact, I'm pretty certain about that. And you know that partly because of the... Well, yeah, I guess it's parachuting down, so it's not hitting anything, but I'm fairly certain it would have to hit from below. It was very close at some point in the past. Okay, interesting. That's actually not going to help, because we have considered quite a space of options at this point. But it looks like we should think about, okay, what kind of landing position do we want from the spike ball? And what kind of landing position do I want for myself when it lands? So for example, if it's landing, do I want to be standing over here? And would that control its position? That's... So let's say we, you know, bump this guy over here, stand over here, it comes down, and it does nothing. Maybe it lands on a hidden block and then falls in a hidden block below. Yeah, we'll try it at least once. I don't think so, but... Like this? I mean, it's not going to help us. The other thing, too, is that I actually have no idea of... Oh, no, yes I do. I know this mushroom is just a mushroom and not something progressive, because I already have a mushroom. Needed to land so it loses the parachute. Yeah, you need to land on top of a block, because that's what heals the parachute, is it needs to make some kind of contact with a surface that is below it. Like this. Okay, that was easy. That took no time at all. Okay, Goomba's next. Ah, okay, no, we needed mushroom. Yeah. That seems fairly brisk in terms of timing then, unless, unless I'm missing something with the Goomba interaction here. Okay. Okay, we chase this, we grab that, and then that allows me to get through to Goombas. I then spend one Goomba on the remaining question block. No, I should not have done spin jump on that. I should have just done normal jump so I can use them. I do know that. That was a bit of a brain fart there. Yeah, you need to bump it with good timing. That's... And the reason I didn't notice that previously was because I did have one attempt where I just straight up broke the thing. But it needs to make contact with the bump. That's fine, because if I'm bumping the block too early, then there's no contact because the block is already back down. Okay. Grab this, and we're probably fine from here. No, I need to not do that either. Let's check this. You know what? No, we're good, we're good. As expected. As expected. Okay. P-switch here is going to be timing dependent. Oh, and a P-switch is actually going to kill the spring, and we don't want to do that. We want to grab this out of the way first and then place it here. I don't think I saw the P-block under the spring, so that comes as a bit of a surprise. Yeah, it's barely visible under the artwork. You see that? You can just barely make out the yellow. But Yoshi does need to reposition that first, for sure. Anyway, we've solved the puzzle. Everything. Let's not do that. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Waltz through here. We can kill those guys if we want. As far as I know. We'll reposition. Make sure this doesn't get killed. In fact, yeah, on-off will come later, so let's soft drop this. Maybe not in this position because we'll have trouble getting out. Let's dump it here. And grab fire. Yeah, luckily we kind of mentally mapped out the whole thing from this point. I mean, I wasn't sure if I would expect a cape because I was thinking like cape deflection would be how you eventually do the last toggle. But confirming that we do in fact have a cape does solve a few things. Yeah, let's just tap it this way. Grab this. I guess it's only a soft lock if you duck there. Actually, no, let's not play with that. 1 second. Jump off. Yoshi's dismount in Maker always throws me off because it isn't quite the same as what it used to be. You know what? We can just climb and assume we don't need a cape. Whoops. Sure, we'll do that too. Yeah, very much a... Well, I'm not sure if that's a knowledge thing. Maybe it's very delicately spaced, actually, to have the spike ball collision happen in such a way that it only happens when you have it kind of in that momentary vertical bump. Like, that's actually very carefully spaced, now that I think about how that was put together, so... But after that, like, we mapped out the rest pretty straightforwardly, so... Thanks for showing us that. Yeah, I think definitely the spike that was meant to be kind of a soft lock protection on the bottom row threw me off for a while because I was spending so much time thinking about like how to do a mushroom acquisition. But now that I think about it, even if you are small and you acquire a mushroom while you are below the one-way panels, you would still be trapped under one-way panels, so that was the wrong way to approach that in the first place. But I think sometimes when you're in the middle of a puzzle, you can kind of lose track of stuff like that. You know, in terms of simple mechanics that you know 100% of the time when you're not actually driving the bus. Folks, I don't know if I can stay that long tonight, so I will get through the rest of the queue, but I will be closing fairly soon, so this will be last call. If you have anything to submit, please do it now. I will start the next level, and within a few attempts I will definitely be closing. And yes, I wouldn't have a way past the Goombas if I lost that mushroom early. Yep, that's well observed. I wasn't sure because of the item order, but you're absolutely correct about that. But I was definitely thinking, you know, you wouldn't give me a second mushroom unless I actually did need to use it for something. So if it's not used for that central loop, I mean, clearly the implication was that I would take damage with the big Podoboo on the top row. Play one of your traditional speedrun levels, and I can choose one of the two. Okay, great. Thank you for offering me that, CJK. Traditional speedrun, so one of the recent two. Let's do the older one first, and you know, we can do the newer one some other time if you come back. Good luck and have fun. 42nd traditional level. Let's see how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, no, we can just... no, we should do the run. Hang on. Oh, it's a speedrun level. Okay, no, we lost momentum, that's the issue. You even noted to me multiple times that it was a speedrun level, but... should I be letting something fall on the seesaw here? Wait a minute. Let's rethink this. Let's rethink this. Oh, triple jump, probably. If I have some kind of seesaw weights... Maybe just twirl, really, for that matter. Yeah, okay, no, it's just a tight spacing, that's all it is. Okay, it's just a tight spacing, we just need to be a little more accurate about that. Just scouting ahead, I know I'm not going to make the timer at this point.
Oh no!
And, down through that door position, okay, interesting. Yeah. From the lower part to the high of the seesaw so I don't lower it. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean, yeah. Right, because you don't want the weight transfer as you're running across. I wonder if I will ever need the mushroom. I always find stuff like that suspicious. Because this is a speedrun level, but we don't know what the time pressure is coming from yet, because we don't know how tight we will be on the finish. Which is, I think, why a lot of speedruns being about 40 seconds or so end up being, you know, run right levels, is because at least there's no ambiguity about how much speed you need to be retaining. I don't know why we have reset doors all over the place here. That seems a little unorthodox, but yeah, okay, let's check the first door. First door brings you here and into the blue pipe. That may be what we want. And... okay. Okay, we lost a bit of time here, but we would in fact have enough time to get through Junior if we didn't take the wrong door initially. So it is kind of a bit of a pick a door in a way, but... let's just see what's going on here, yeah. I want to be careful with the player camera in locations like that to fall in the bottom right corner. Because sometimes, you know, something that looks very obvious in the editor isn't actually going to be visible to the player and will look like a blind jump as you're going in. That's probably the point of advice I give most frequently on this stream, is just, you know, mind the player camera. They can't necessarily see what you see. Okay, third hit, come on. No, I needed 3 charge shots, and I just missed a few of them. Okay. Yeah, 3 charge shots in the face, you know, from the triple shot should have done the trick there. But yeah, this location here, you don't want the player to be guessing when it comes to the camera. Not without some other visual cue. Whoops. Okay, through here. Faster to jump on him. It's way faster to jump on him. Way faster. I should know that too. Like, the last thing I ever made in Maker 1 was a Bowser fire car fight that was kind of like that. So, no excuse for making the timer just barely, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, thanks for that, CJK. I think it's a level that feels like it's kind of in development in some ways, but like, I don't know. Like, if the timer's fine in terms of being able to make 40 seconds, I think it does require a bit of judgment from the player in terms of understanding when they are allowed to lose time. Simply because, like, most of the time when you see a clock that tight, you just kind of assume you'll just go, right? And that will make any kind of exploration or path choice whatsoever come off as trial and error. But thank you for that. And thank you for the GGs. At this point, as I said earlier, I will be closing the queue. This is much shorter than I usually run these streams, but today I may have to go a little bit early, so. And yeah. And yeah, CJK, we'll try to catch your next submission next time, but that's okay. Because right now, I'll see how quickly I can get through the rest of the queue. If these levels tend to be shorts, then I might be able to reopen for people who are staying to the end. But right now I can't guarantee that. Let me just mark the stream title as closed. And yeah, sometimes we get some very long levels on this stream, and that's why I try to be a bit conservative about queue opening. Tommy Knott, if you are still here. I see Tommy Knott listed as online, but please check in, otherwise I will bump you back one spot in case you are AFK. And the list from there is going to be Nukukaza, Supernova, and Intenium. And so yeah, Tommy Knott is listed as online, but since I don't see a check-in, I will move by one slot. That's the policy that tends to work best here for AFKers. Nukukaza was definitely at least just here. Might want to confirm very quickly, and then I will punch in your code. Now, I believe this was a revision of the P-Balloon tutorials that we've been trying, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Vex Gaming, the thing is, Warp World is taking the information from Twitch, and Twitch is itself outdated when it comes to the online indicator. And so, yeah, I have not been relying on that at all. Which is why I always just do a check-in and chat. Okay, P-Balloon Bounce Tech tutorial, let's try this once again. And see what kind of rearrangement you've made for this segment here. Okay. And I guess the idea is that you do have to race it. Yeah. Yeah, because it's telling me Y, and then don't press Y, and then make contact, and then press Y. Yeah, yeah. And the idea is that it's timed in such a way that you have to maintain momentum instead of losing the boost. And it feels much more gentle in terms of timing than... well, I say that, of course, and I don't make the timing. At all. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Don't know if I'm actually getting any closer, but... Nope, too much of a recoil there. Okay. I kind of like that it's all linear now in terms of the timing, and that you kind of have to practice it, but... Yeah, I'm obviously hitting too much recoil here. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, Vex Gaming, it's supposed to teach you how to bump into the walls without cutting momentum. That's the whole point of what Nukukaza is trying to teach with a tutorial. But I think, actually have to consistently make all of these in order to pass. Yeah, so as you can see, if I'm not going back into the boost animation right away, that means I'm too slow. Or that I'm making too much contact with the wall. So, it's a particular timing where you have to let go right at the moment of contact. So I did it right the second time there, and the fourth time there. But I do need to do that right consistently. Yeah, I feel like this is more successful than the last one in terms of the teaching segment. I mean, it's hard to pass, but I think it's definitely better at communicating what you are trying to communicate in terms of making sure the player actually gets it. It does seem a little bit tight, though, for sure. And I think one of the things is that like it's not synchronized to the start position, if you know what I mean. That's you don't know when the player is going to start because you have to get around a door and down, and that might be an issue, but yeah. The last few passes looked accurate, but yeah, too much of a bounce there. Yeah. There's a very particular timing window that we do need to hit. And yeah, it does teach important tech. I don't know, Supernova, if you were already here for the previous version of this. I think that it's a much more focused way of teaching this than the previous attempt was. I'm just not particularly good at executing this. I don't think I was really kind of 100% consistent on this tech until Nukukaza was showing it to me earlier today, but I don't play a lot of technical P-Balloon stuff, that's why I think most of the P-Balloon levels I play are puzzles in some form. Yeah, I'm having too much of a bounce back here. But definitely the idea here is that Nukukaza has been trying to find some way of communicating this properly, and I think the input sequence in terms of saying let go of Y is clearer with that forward slash than it was with the backslash that we saw earlier. So. And yeah, I'm the Supernova. Nukukaza showed it to me earlier in this stream. It was, I think, just before you came in. But the previous one was kind of based on a diagonal flight pattern where you had to hit an on-off switch, and I think it didn't quite work as well in terms of like reinforcing the specific thing that it wanted to show off. This feels much, much better. Okay, we almost made it that time. There was one particular bump that I know was too slow, so... And I knew that going in. Like I said, it's the main thing that seems off about this one now is simply that you have no control over when the player is going to enter the initial on-off gate. And how much speed they're picking up going into that. So... like whether I should be hugging that wall right away at the starting point or... yeah. Almost there, almost there. Yeah, I almost think that it should be in something like a second room. Or at least have a door placement that doesn't require you to do this sort of loop. So the starting is at least consistent, where, you know, you can build up some speed and push against the initial tile, perhaps. And kind of boost like that. That was too much of a bounce back that time. I don't expect to make it. But I think, yeah, the takeoff is where I need to be making a little bit of optimization here. And I think I can do that. I feel like this is doable if I'm just a bit more consistent. No, not like that, of course. But yeah, as you can see, it's a little difficult to get the start to be consistent. And that tends to be kind of a totally separate problem from the thing that you're trying to teach about the central mechanic, right? So, no, way too much of a bounce back. Way too much of one again, so... yeah, that's the only thing, I think. But obviously, you're gated by when the shell is going to do the initial contact with the off switch anyway, so... like, if the player is kind of synchronized to the initial release of the on-off gate, then everything else is fine, but... too much of a bounce. Yeah, just losing so much momentum. I didn't even make contact that time. That was not ideal. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just not really letting up correctly here. And I can see what I'm doing wrong. I can tell that very clearly, actually. Okay, let's do that again. I had the right idea with a lot of the later bounces that time, but still too many errors going in. Nope, still a little bit too much deceleration. No, not even bumping the first time, so I'm letting up too early now. Okay. I almost wonder, and I know this is kind of difficult to do in one screen, if maybe the placement of all of these one tile apart isn't quite enough space for the player to notice what's going wrong. But I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. I think it's probably fine, but you know, noticing the kind of deceleration animation is something that you kind of need enough breathing room to do, and it's hard for me to kind of gauge that accurately because I already sort of know what to look for in a mechanic. I am not seeing it for the first time anymore, right? So in terms of its effectiveness as a teaching tool, like there's only so much I can say. Too much of a bounce. Almost. We'll get there. It's kind of nice to just kind of get into the groove of a practice level, though, and I like that, you know, you don't have to worry about changing directions with the pattern in this one, as opposed to having to do the really slow P-balloon turnaround in the previous version. Like this. Okay. We are going to run out of time, but that's okay. But now by the time you get to this, yeah, like I was saying, this works better as a second room. It works a lot better as a second room now that you've kind of taught the initial mechanic, you see? Just like that. Yeah, I like it a lot better as a second room. I do think that if anybody has lots of trouble with the first room as I do, that, you know, if they do, in fact, only make it to the second half, they might have some trouble, but the second room feels much better than the diagonal setup you had earlier. Partly because getting towards that on-off switch accurately feels much better. I know that with the last version that I actually had a few issues with the on-off switch just being a one-tile target, like for the diagonal segment, rather than being something like a 2 or 3 tile target, for instance, where you don't have to worry so much about accuracy and you can focus on the bounce. Here, though, I think the timing and the spacing were probably fine, but I don't know if that's just a sort of bias from being familiar with it already. But I think the vertical spacing in terms of going from the initial pipe/door up to the on-off switch feels much better aligned as a continuous motion where, you know, I don't feel like I'm always one tile too far to the left or something. Anyway, thanks for that, Nukukaza. I hope that turns into a better and better level as you develop it. And Tommyknot, this is going to be second and last call. And otherwise, I will drop the Tommyknot. And like I said, if we do finish ahead of my intended schedule, then I may reopen for more, but... failing that, we're going to move on to... Supernova. Look at that, game's done. Quick. N8B. That's a very convenient maker code in some ways. In terms of having rolled something that just happens to stick out. So, Supernova, any particular recommendations for what you've put together recently? Yeah, I had a couple of these on my sort of informal to-play list, but I only recently resumed streaming, so I'm way behind on everything I want to see. Queen Boo, okay. Yeah, I haven't caught up on you in a long time. I do remember the Zelda boss from last year, the Dragon boss, rather, I should say. But I haven't caught up on a lot of this stuff because I had kind of been off since October. Anyway, Queen Boo's Spinning Spirits. Shout out to a whole bunch of fine playtesters and makers. Many of whom have come by here before, and who are well known to this stream, so let's take a look. TB, I take it, is going to be Team Boss. I really did want to catch up on a lot of the Team Boss lists, actually, because I've always enjoyed boss battles in this game. Kind of like the sound design in this first segment here, but... Okay, so this looks very much like music loading, unless it's just... Oh no, it's just mechanics loading. Cool. Nice, nice. Kind of like how the vision range on me creates that little crescent effect. With the black crescent inside the blue boo ring. That's actually a very nice touch. It's a really cool effect, actually. Okay, back we go. And definitely up, right? It's got to be up, yeah. Yeah, kind of nice how you sort of see that path anticipated on the way in, where you kind of expect that you would be heading up in that segment given a chance. Obviously, we should go through the door unless we see a reason not to. And here's a clock. The Spike Ball Grandfather Clock. Okay. And here the boss music is going to kick in, and we just continue dodging, I suppose. Oh, kind of nice to have the Boo Ludwig stack there. Boo Ludwig and somebody else. Looks like Wendy. No, except the projectiles aren't doing the diagonal, so it's... Anyway, it's a Boo stack. A Koopaling Boo stack. Boo Ludwig and Roy. Yeah, it's definitely Roy, given the color. Because Wendy has the deflection pattern and the 45-degree diagonals and such, but... Yeah, really neat Boo ring. That's just a pretty memorable element. Okay, let's keep going. Let's watch our positioning here. Obviously, there will be a little bit of variance coming from the projectiles that we need to be careful with. But, oh, whoa. Should have jumped off of that a bit earlier when I saw the projectiles coming, but we do what we can. And you were saying Team Boss is dead. Well, okay, that just means it's a finite list that I can get through in a finite amount of time. Unfortunately, because, you know... I feel like a lot of the stuff I most enjoy in this game tends to be a little bit niche relative to the community, and sometimes surprisingly so. Like, I would expect boss levels to be popular. Like, I wouldn't expect, you know, puzzles to be popular, but... I always found that, like, really elaborate boss battles were one of the things that Mario Maker did best, even back in Maker 1. And you know, in terms of a format that really kind of shows off things that are kind of impressive to other makers as well. Whoops. Shouldn't have done that and got crunched. Kind of exercising too much freedom there. Yeah, I find that, you know, just as how people talk about how, like, there's music for musicians or books that are for writers and things that are, like, really kind of for people who appreciate the craft. I feel like boss levels in particular are kind of like maker levels that are for other makers in some way, where you know, there's a lot to look at in terms of thinking about how the tech is put together. And yeah, I guess with the boost stacking here with the Boomerang, that it's probably something similar to how Firebar synchronization is done in terms of dropping objects sort of in a staggered pattern onto a track, right? Like, is that how it's done? Because the first thing it reminds me of is, you know, what people do with the Firebar track patterns. And I know that there's a bunch of stuff that, you know, is positionally much less flexible than it was in Maker 1, but I didn't really know my Maker 1 tech that well, so I may be totally off about that. There's a lot of stuff in general that has kind of changed. Look at the sort of dead body here. Oh, that's a coffin. I see. We're in a giant coffin. Okay. Well, luckily the coffin contains somebody who's holding a checkpoint. I said die. Oh, that's a nice effect, actually. It's, in terms of the decoration there, that's much better than a lot of the text I usually see in this game. Okay, so I guess the idea is that we blow through the ice blocks and hit the on-off switch. And we'll just do that by following the loop, and once again, dodging projectiles. Okay. Nice. We should think about dropping the blaster stack as well, just by blowing through the lower level. I've been too busy dodging to really read what the on-off switch was doing for me. It was dropping the blaster down to the lower level, okay. I see that. And yeah, Netcat, I think that's true, that in Maker 1... I mean, I was kind of... Oh, I see. The on-off switch unlocks the ability to blast the lower column, I see. So there is a distinct Phase 1 and Phase 2. Which is also kind of manipulated by that blaster release, maybe? No, the blaster is always going to be behind the one-way panels, at least in this phase. Okay. I'm going to take the time to actually read this time. And there's something that's manipulated there with a track pattern. The blaster blocks the on-off switch from a second activation. Yes, that's what it does. Okay. And there we go. Yeah, but yeah, I was kind of late to seeing the more advanced stuff in Maker 1 because I was basically off it from 2016 to 2019. I pretty much didn't play it for 3 years until it was almost done. Let's actually get into the key door. But I do remember that one of the big changes, like when I'd come back, was when catching up to a lot of really well-established levels at that point, that you would have tons of survival timers everywhere, and I wonder how much of that was just the degree to which they were popularized by big channels like Sea of Gaming and so on. Anyway, nice little GG and crouch at the end. Cool ending. Really, really cool central idea, so very happy to catch up with that one. And desyncing the boo cycles and overlapping the boo rings, yeah. Yeah, because I know that, like for GDQ back in the first game, that Kavik made this kind of desynchronized Boo Ring Chase that he never figured out how to remake in Maker 2, I think, because the original tech for it had broken. But that was one of the things that came to mind, was like what was going on with the Boo synchronization here. Anyway, let's oh yeah, let's move on to what's next. Okay, Nintenium, if you are still here, let's check the list as well, just to see. Yeah, because, yeah, Nintenium, we'll see what the difficulty is like on yours, we'll do it, and if we finish early, we may have time to take a few more, since I am finishing a little ahead of schedule, perhaps. I usually try to run for a bit longer. Fewer levels, I tend to go for 4 to 5 hours sometimes, depending on the difficulty of what people are sending. And yeah, it'll be nice actually to have this being the last one in the official queue in terms of taking my time on something in the 1% range. So here's Walls Cave, Kaizo Light with some tight platforming, 1 checkpoint. Let's do it. Yeah, high bounce, obviously, and I was reading ahead a little bit there and wasn't paying nearly enough attention. Thwomp and then second Goomba, yeah. I do see that with the E marker. I was uncertain about that for a moment because of the height of that marker, but I think that's because I needed to go for this guy first, then this guy, and there we are. I think it's fairly clear, I just kind of made some reading errors on the way in. But as soon as you see the height of the first MTP block, then the stacking order becomes abundantly clear. Yeah, let's do this again. Miss. Total miss. And of course the on-off switch is just going to synchronize the next segment to the player's position. Or their progress through the level, I should say. Just being a bit incautious with our jump arcs. Okay. And there we go. Yeah, I knew that was going to be short and long, but just had a bit of a positioning error on the last bit there. So yeah, whoops. So yeah, having a pretty decent time with this one so far in terms of just mostly trying to, you know, get around the corners accurately. That's pretty much the name of the game here in terms of the whole challenge, so. Okay, up we go. And we're just gonna miss. Yeah, the firebar seems like it's just applying time pressure for you to take off. And there's nothing else that is really pushing you, right? Like, because there aren't any moving parts in the first screen, so you can technically take as long as you want if the firebar's not there, but it's kind of there to enforce that you're going to read things quickly. Which I guess is just kind of on pace with how you're going to be doing the rest of the level anyway, but like, I don't find that to be too much of an issue. I do like having time to read stuff, but the rest of the level isn't going to be that kind to you anyway. That corner just now seemed like I was approaching a little bit quickly, but okay. Oh, whoops. That was definitely short bounce. I was just adjusting to the fact that I was wearing the spiny hat, and that threw me off momentarily. It looks like there will be a jump out of the parachuting bone shell after that, so we'll just keep that in mind when we get there. And there we go. Yeah, I guess you don't want the Koopa to wake up. That's true. If that's what you're talking about. Like, you're preventing the Koopa wake up, right? Is that the whole idea? Whoops. Just a little slow to react there. I die a lot to corners like that, but... I mean, this level is not one of the big offenders when it comes to spike placement, but there are a lot of people who go really heavy on spike placement, as most of you know, I think. So... these ones are mostly just there to scare you, like they don't really enforce that much precision when it comes to jumping, but... okay. Nope. I needed to fall in just a little bit further to the right. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, still coming in a little bit tight around that corner. I guess I just need to fall in a bit more centrally. And forward we go. I mean, technically that works if I hit the lower platform first. I just need to not miss the switch. Okay. Yeah, just ironing out a couple of spots like that. You know, I think the thing that's mostly uncomfortable about the firebar is that it's coming clockwise towards you, like towards your face, instead of chasing you from behind. Like, I know it's purely a cosmetic thing almost, but it almost feels more sensible for the firebar to be sweeping counterclockwise so it feels like it's pushing you rather than closing a gate. You know what I mean? Like, it's actually purely a psychological thing. Not the kind of thing you'd, you know, re-upload over or anything like that, but I'm just saying for future reference, at least the way my mind works, like that's a very subtle psychological thing that's going on. That, like, I'm kind of feeling squeezed by it rather than pushed. Anyway, let's move on and just try to do this accurately. Get around some corners. Yeah. And yeah, that's mostly just there too. And forced to jump arcs. I mean, I think most of what's going on in this level difficulty-wise is just about rounding the corners. Falling into that claw seems a little bit weird, I think, simply because, you know, the spike positioning does kind of look like it's exactly where I want to land. You just do need to compensate a bit for that, but we'll see. I mean, it's clearly doable, it's just that I feel like I tend to get visually tricked out by it. Okay. Almost. I'm pulling back too much on that jump. I really do need to commit. Like, the height of my jump arc on that last attempt was to the left of the Piranha in terms of where the peak of the jump was. That tells me I was accidentally pulling back. Same here. Yeah. Like, I think with high jumps like that have a very clear ceiling to them, I sometimes don't maintain forward momentum as well as I should. Yeah, that's a good point about endless players not appreciating spawn death, but I don't know. I don't really play endless myself, so most of what I know about the psychology of it comes from watching some streams from time to time. But I think that's kind of true. That like, you know, endless players, I think a lot of them come in with the mentality of going into the level, and the first question on their mind is sometimes, do I skip or do I not skip? And it's very much going to be based on the patience of doing a read of the first screen. Like, I think I would not be surprised to find that endless kind of encourages people to take longer on the first read. I don't know if that's actually the case, but it feels like it is. Whoops. Anyway, just a few things to iron out with timing here. I was leaving the bone shell much too low. I think I was still sorting out how to land into it accurately, so... whoops, I just missed that jump entirely. In terms of launching off of that last Goomba, that was just a straight-up miss on my part. Okay, forward we go. And forward. Yeah. Okay. Bumping my head there. When I was seeing that checkpoint so tantalizingly close, and it looks like we'll have a reset back to an on state on that checkpoint, because that's just going to match it up to when you respawn from that position. Yeah. Yeah, I think the claw drop there maybe feels a bit weird, because depending on whether or not I'm doing full jumps leading up to that point, my timing is going to be a little bit different depending on how I let up before the piranhas. And it does sometimes feel like I'm approaching the claw too early. As if there's an expectation there that I should be doing full jumps off every piranha, and I'm maybe putting myself at risk by cutting too many corners. Okay. Here we are. Okay, checkpoint. This is a back and forth survival segment, I'm pretty sure. And I'm just going to miss, okay. Okay, that's going to be start from checkpoints. Yeah. This is a pretty easy read, this section here. I mean, it's very clear you should stall as much as possible with full jumps. And that I should swing up to the coin and land back down a second time. I did see that, I just took a little bit too long to react to the falling shell there. Did take a moment to understand what was going on with the arc up to the coin, but I think the signaling is kind of fine. I just needed to fail on it the first time. And I was slow getting onto the icicle. Yeah, the spiny drop there, like I did feel like I had to die once to it. It's very clear what's going on as soon as you do see it, but let's see. Oh yeah, I see what's happening there now in terms of its visibility. So, just need to get into a better position to get some left to right momentum going onto the icicle before it is too far down. Seems to be the main adjustment we'll be making there. But yeah, like when you see something that's, you know, very obviously a timed gate like the Goombas, it's fairly obvious that you want to stall with full jumps. It was not so obvious to me early in the level that I would not be able to cut corners on that jump before that one claw I was talking about. Whoops. Just have to let up a little bit there, I think. And yeah, Supernova, thanks, or Natcat rather, thanks for dropping by. And I will see you around. Always good to see you here. And okay. Let's drop in over here. And forward. Sort of interesting that, you know, Kaizo Light has kind of caught on as terminology, and like I don't know if I agree with it still. Like, to me, this is clearly not what I would consider Kaizo, but I guess there is a kind of particular kind of expert platforming, I guess, that still has a certain constant motion to it that they needed some kind of name for. I just get the impression sometimes that calling anything Kaizo scares people off because they always expect shell jumps and the like. Yeah, to me, this is just platforming. It just happens to be very, you know, perpetual motion kind of platforming. And there are a lot of makers who do this, right? That specialize in this. And like, if you ask me, you know, what does a super expert level look like if it's platforming and not Kaizo? I would imagine something that's sort of in this style, where the technique that's available to you is all technique that you would definitely be expected to have if you are, you know, doing 100% in standard Nintendo games. It's not like you need to learn special kinds of item handling or anything like that. Like, the only real technical barrier is, you know, do you know how to jump out of the shell? Do you know how to distinguish a high bounce from a low bounce, etc.? Like, very standard stuff, right? And I like this style of level a lot. Like, it tends to be exactly in the pocket of difficulty that is comfortable for me. But I sometimes think that, you know, the fact that a lot of makers, not just in Nintendium, like, this is not on you, but a lot of them have kind of caught on to calling this Kaizo Light, actually has the risk of scaring a lot of the audience that can be reached by this, that would in fact really enjoy it. I've missed a block. I am obviously supposed to hit the block because that will spring something over to the right for me to land on. Whoops. Yeah, I know that's kind of, you know, me being out of step with what the community that has settled into this game has kind of decided for themselves, but I think sometimes it's important to think about, you know, making levels appealing to people who don't know yet that they like this kind of thing. And because that's something you hear often from people who are like really experienced platformer players who are getting into Mario Maker for the first time, is they'll say, okay, I want something hard, I want something more difficult than what Nintendo gives me, but I do not want this rumored Kaizo thing, because they don't think they can do the tech. And well, that's just the way it goes, I guess. Maybe sometimes, you know, when you play this game enough, I know that for me it's easy to lose perspective of how difficult this stuff is. Like, where I think often that, okay, you see 1%, 2%, that's really approachable platforming stuff, right? And you might be liable to forget like how challenging that is to a significant portion of the player base that's not as community engaged. But anyway, as far as the level itself goes, I'm enjoying this a lot so far. This is obviously not criticism of the level at all. Just sort of meta commentary on the state of Mario Maker. Okay. Total miss. Yeah, because 1% like feels like it's right in the zone for people who just, you know, do expert-ish stuff. And of course, the clear rates have taken on a different meaning over time. Like, I can't be the only one who's noticed that as the player base has kind of become more specialized, that within the past year, I've seen clear rates on all of my levels slowly inch their way up. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people have noticed the same thing, that they're now a little more in line with what the clear rates kind of signified back in Maker 1, for instance. So, you know, in the early months of the game, what I'm saying is that something like 1% in Maker 2 felt a lot easier than 1% in Maker 1, simply because you had so many new players tanking the clear rates, right? And I feel like now the game has been out for long enough that, statistically speaking, that's been able to turn around. But yeah, there's definitely a big gap, I think, between something like 1% and 0.5%. To me, there's as big a jump there as there is from, like, 1% to 5%. Definitely not something linear in terms of the technical requirement and the amount of time that you have to invest. Yeah, still letting up on that jump a bit early. I'm trying to catch the icicle as early as possible, but that means that I'm going too low on my jump into it, and that's pretty clearly the mistake I'm making. There we go. Okay. There we go. Thank you for that, Nintendo. Okay, we'll reopen for one last round from the people who are still here. I would prefer levels that are on the quicker side for this round simply because I am kind of winding down, but this will be absolute last call. And Nintendo, thank you for Wall's Cave. That was, as I said, kind of right in the pocket of the platforming that, you know, feels challenging but very approachable. So. And, okay, so we'll just close up as soon as I load in Vex's latest code. So yeah, thank you for dropping by, Nintendo. I'm going to punch in the code, and then I'm going to reclose the queue, and that will absolutely be the end. So at this point, I don't know if I can guarantee that I will get through everything. I may have to leave suddenly at any given time, but I will go for as long as I can. And like I said, I just try to be conservative about that, so I can guarantee getting through the queue as much as I can. So it's a one screen with a twist, so it's apparently a fixed version. 5%, which with puzzles often tells us nothing. Let's see what this is all about. Perplexing complexion. Okay. So I had to put on our mysterious face. Okay, so nothing time dependent in the opening at least, unlike that spike ball earlier, so we actually have time to stare at this a bit. Let's identify the objective first of all. These two doors are linked. This door is available to go through. This door will ultimately be what we need, I think, which means that we probably want to stand on something on top of it, unless it's some other kind of reset. Unless, of course, oh, no. The objective actually should be to blow up the bomb. Blowing up the bomb will get us through the scroll stop on the right side. The way we do that is by obtaining the flower. If there is a flower. That flower is not accessible unless we have something like Yoshi to grab it. And on-off switch over here is activated once. On-off switch over here is going to be off to on and only activated once. Okay. Let's see if this guy here is actually a coin block by hitting the P. It is, okay. So that's going to be something irreversible, and it will mainly serve to launch the Muncher up here. Or in general, do some kind of launching for Seesaw weight. Okay, so on-off switch will let us identify what's in the blaster, so let's just scout ahead and see what's here. If you're really good at the game, you can enter the door midair on a P-switch. Oh yeah, if you do like a soft P drop and then hit up while you're on top of the P. Yeah, we're not doing that. There comes a point when you know, just kind of accept that as a maker, there are certain cheeses that you're not going to stop, I think. Anyway, I see. So you're trapped here until the shell hits, which is why you can't... Wait, but then I was able to get out earlier in order to actually capture the shell, and I think that's because I was off-center. There we go. That allows me to break the block that is under the on-off, assuming that I can reach that location. If I do that, I think the implication there is that the hard block is actually spawn blocking a fire flower, such that if I'm able to break the block and reload through the door, there's some chance that a fire flower can spawn. Now the question is there a way for me to get up there? Yeah, actually, in Vex Gaming, I don't think it occurred to me that this was a full reset door either. So let's think about whether there's a way I can get up to break that. Because, like, I think the implication clearly is, from the way I'm reading this, that hard block is spawn blocking fire flower. That's how I understand it. This guy to the right is a coin block, and we know because we hit the P-switch earlier. Other thing is, hitting the P-switch... launches the Muncher. Launching the Muncher does something interesting in that... if we launch another Spiny from up top, and the Muncher is present, that will be a deflection. Now, why would we possibly want a deflection? Because spin jump on top of a Spiny. It doesn't look like that'll give us nearly enough height. I'll try it, because I don't want to write that off, but... Now, why would we want to do it from this end, though? In terms of why we would want to hit the P-switch remotely. Instead of just, you know, tapping this block. Oh, because, well, I mean, with the Spiny Head, yeah, that happens. But the idea... no, let's just do the reset door. Ah, blaster. That's interesting. Oh, right, because we had the blaster spawn blocked by the coin door here, which leads me to wonder, if I collect... Okay, first of all, let's break that. Let's break that up top. But if I collect this block over here, does that spawn block anything? Let's take a look. Yes, so we do not want to collect that. If I understand it correctly. And... okay, so the POW is something that we can hit with another shell shot from the left side. Yeah. And otherwise we die. So that's kind of a little bit of a surprise there. Unless we just kind of scroll carefully up to the one-way panel. Yeah, if I hadn't walked past here, maybe I could have seen everything going on here. But we clearly want to have a shell deflection, don't we? And a shell deflection would be able to get me through to that side. So the idea is I should not collect this, because I don't want to... I don't think I want to unblock that blaster. And Well, after you break the scroll lock, I mean, is the whole thing visible from this position? I didn't really check that, but if it is, then, you know, it's not that unfair. It's just kind of punishing people for doing exactly the thing they would be doing. Okay, so yeah, we do in fact want to destroy this either by collecting it as a coin or by breaking it with a spiny hat. And so let's, we don't need to take the P-switch yet, but... Oh, let's not do that either. That's what the 5% clear rate is coming from. Yeah, this is just the entry door. Let's see here. I don't know if you were expecting that most players would just get themselves trapped in the on-off. Doesn't help, of course, that the on-off collision system has itself been patched by Nintendo. One moment. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have paused. I had to take care of something off screen for just a moment. Let's do this once again. Okay. Now we do want the state switch here. Let's just kill this. Because that would allow me to break the fire flower on the next pass. The next thing I want to do after that, though, is to... we do want, in a future pass, to use the lower muncher to block this location here. Which will happen if we come in here with the off state. And the reason that would happen is because the muncher would obstruct the shell and deflect it, such that if you remain in the off state, the shell is still able to fire. Okay. I think we have it. And yeah, it would have been nice to keep another spiny hat, but I think the fire flower actually requires... yeah, no, we do need, in fact, to keep the spiny hat. So, let's just see if the shell actually deflects on my head here. Will it? Yes, it will. Okay, excellent. Love how that's spaced. We will, however, have to toggle the on-off again. And so I may have reached a death point here. Yeah, I have actually, unless... no, I definitely have. Let's start over. Okay, let's do this once again. The question is, then... is the P-switch just redundant, then? If the P-switch, like, first of all, it's kind of baiting you to this blaster block over here. Secondly, you don't actually need it to do the muncher drop over there. Although the reason to do the muncher drop remotely without collecting the coin would be... no, we don't want to do that because we do want to kill the block entirely, so... Not sure what's going on with the P-switch then. Anyway, let's grab this, blow that, and... oh, no, we did need to toggle this back to on first. Yes, because we do want access to blowing up the upper hard block as we did much earlier. No. Yeah. Let's just sort that out. I think we essentially have solved this. It's just ironing out a few of the sequence errors along the way. Yep, we let this shell hit. We knock that out. And then I hit the hard block. Whoops. Don't know why I'm carrying the P, but, you know, we'll do it anyway. And, yeah, the Muncher is in position to allow me to fire a shell down here. We want to ignite the bomb first. Oh, okay, the shell now falls down, okay. That I actually didn't count on. That might be interesting now, because maybe this P will be useful for something. Yeah, because if we place the P-switch... no, we don't want to place the P-switch up top, because it won't sail over accurately, will it? Maybe that is it. Hang on. Let's come back here. Yeah, I shouldn't have reset the off just yet. Right, because you can kind of see what's going on here. You can kind of see the POW. The idea would be... Well, first of all, we need to get this back into the on state, and I'm not going to be able to do it right now. You know what? No. I could have just shot the shell with a flower. I hadn't considered that. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't considered that the shell would just kind of fall into that gap right there. That's okay, because we used a P as a blocking tile then. No, we can't, because we need the off switch. Okay, no, I know what to do. We just need to figure out how the on-off toggle is going to work here. Because we do need the on-off toggle in order to blow up that block and get the fire flower. Then we need to figure out how to serve an additional shell. I guess I'm not really taking advantage of this block here yet. See what the blaster is all about, actually, once... I don't know what this guy actually shoots, do I? Oh, more bullets, okay. And then it gets blown up. But that's only because we didn't destroy this block, we only transformed it. So I haven't taken advantage of that bullet yet. And maybe that's something useful. Hey Derflo, we're doing a few bonus levels. Since I did finish a little bit early. Now that's fine now. Because when I reset, I'm able to hit that on-off. And then I'm able to spawn a shell, but then... I'll have some difficulty actually getting the shell into position. But I think I know what to do from here. Maybe. Oh, interestingly enough, I did the bullet bounce earlier and broke that tile, but I didn't consume this tile because I was just using the P state, wasn't I? Yeah, I was just using the active P state to respawn into the room, and when I'm doing it that way, I restored a Muncher in this position, which doesn't actually do much, so never mind that. Yes, it does. It does do a fair bit because it allows me to control the positioning of the next shell. And that's why I want the remote activation of the P-switches, so I can hit the on-off switch, release a shell, and then still deflect it? No, you still need to hit on-off twice somehow in order to do that. Like, you need a shell to fall into this position, and then you need some way to activate this guy here. Either that, or... I let this through. Shell's gonna fall in. Come up here. I nuke this thing. I nuke the next one too. Yep, there we go. Of course, at that point, I want the Muncher to actually be up in that upper position, but that's okay. This is easily reset. Okay, no, we've got it. We just use the P-switch to brace it. Let's get rid of the bomb first. I mean, it's going to slide right through, but let's not take any risks. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, yeah, bust this guy down. Tap this guy. Oh, tap the next one. Hang on. Let's do this accurately for a change. There we go. Let's hope the deflection happens. Okay, no, I needed the Muncher to actually make an impact and launch this guy up. We no longer have access to the Fire Flower because we can only consume it once. But having the blaster drop from the Muncher when we destroy the block entirely actually is going to give us what we need in terms of having that infinite weight from the blaster drop send the small Muncher all the way up to the top of the semi-solid, which was what we failed to do on that last attempt. Let's grab this. And through here. No, we wanted the bullet. And yeah, let's come through here. Yeah, that's going to give me the bullet, but also reset the Muncher position afterwards to what it was earlier. Now, do we... Let's see. Yes, we want to do it now. No, we don't. We don't want to hit the on-off switch yet because we do need to bust this block first. Yeah, now what we're going to do is come through here. You wonder how your noob self came up with this masterpiece? It's a pretty good level, actually. I kind of like how much is added to the puzzle by the so-called twist, in fact. I mean, I know a lot of players are going to be kind of upset with running past a one-way panel and seeing that come out of nowhere, but it adds a surprisingly interesting wrinkle for something that is just such a small interaction in terms of like rescuing the shell and sending it all the way across. So what we want to do is we do want to hit the on-off switch, and we do want to grab the Fire Flower and kind of do the P-switch block. Except, after hitting the on-off switch, we do want the blaster drop here. Yeah, because that will restrict that position. Can I, at this point, make it over safely? That's the only thing that I'm a little uncertain about. Whoops. That's bad. Yeah, no, that's the thing that I was unclear about. Because I thought the standard Muncher drop would be enough to get the small Muncher on top of the semi-solid. I'm just going to test it very quickly. Like if I do a remote activation with a P-switch, while the seesaw is in a stable position, let's let the seesaw remain stable. Yeah, it should bounce all the way up. I don't know why I failed to do that earlier. I think the seesaw was just already in motion. And, yeah, I didn't really play too many puzzles in Maker 1, so I can't really speak to that. Imagine back before we had scroll stop and on-off switches. I mean, I guess there were a lot of the large-scale puzzle mazes, which I've always been quite fond of. Okay, so we're gonna get that. I'm gonna come back through here. Yeah, let's do this interaction. Yeah, I love the double use of the P, actually, for both this and the blockage of the hard block that you break later on. Okay. Back through here. And we do want to release the shell at this point. Well, maybe we should blow up the bomb first, otherwise we won't have time to do... yes we will. The shell is going to be trapped, okay. So yeah, at this point what we'll do is we'll... Oh, I see what was going on. The Muncher didn't get up on the semi-solid earlier because I was already standing here when I was doing this interaction here, and so that's kind of needlessly manipulated the, well, everything else. Oh. So yeah, now the Muncher isn't getting up high enough. Yeah, that's the issue. Because you needed to get up from the initial drop. And so I kind of messed that up. Yeah, Supernova, I don't remember a day when Carl played puzzles rather than just trolls, but I didn't catch on to the whole Carl thing until the very end of Maker 1, really, so I was never too familiar with how he built his community before, you know, he kind of caught on as the big troll guy, basically. Vex, there are some other streamers who play puzzles. I actually know Grakowski recently started streaming. There's a guy I quite like in NA in the morning as well, who always does like a puzzle hour, Majestic Acorn, like he's a really big puzzle guy. Lupin Snoop spends a lot of time thinking about one screens. I don't know if he actually spends that much time playing them, but you know, he's very knowledgeable about puzzles, I would say. There are definitely people around who do the puzzles. It's just, you know, what time of day you're on and whether they are kind of getting those levels come in. Okay, sorry, I am taking this fairly slowly and deliberately, but that's because there are a couple of steps here that I want to make sure I'm not messing up. I want to hit the P-switch. Also because it's getting late for me, I think. That's sometimes slowing me down mentally. Yeah, I don't really watch a lot of trolls. I do kind of play through them because sometimes, you know, they can teach me some interactions from a maker perspective that can be reapplied elsewhere, but I can kind of see the appeal to other people playing trolls. Like, not so much the sort of shock and surprise of the thing, but from trying to pick out the solution as a viewer before the streamer actually gets to it, which I guess is also true of puzzles. Okay, so we're going to get through here. We're going to get Fireflower. Sorry, I am doing this way too slowly, but I'm just trying to make sure that I have the correct on-off state every step of the way so we don't mess up quite as spectacularly as we've been doing. Okay, gonna blow that up. And I want to come through here, and I want to probably... I don't want to spend the P-switch to launch the Muncher, because the reason for that is that I need the shell to go over the P-switch. And so I do want to break the Muncher in a way that will still correctly launch the small Muncher over. And I think the best way to do that is just from a left to right jump where I don't... is there a way to do it so I don't land on the seesaw? But anyway, I have to go through here and redo this button first anyway, before anything can happen. But yeah, I need the Muncher to do like a hard fall down to this location. And I need to do it in a way that does not kill the shell. So yeah, that's the only thing is that like having the Muncher not make it up to the semi-solid is a very fussy little thing to play around. But I should do it. Got it, got it, got it. Not that bad, you see? No problem. No problem. Let's shoot the bomb first, so I don't forget. I know the shell should just cut through, but and hit the POW, but I don't want to take any chances with interactions that I might just be trivially forgetting when I'm tired. Hey, do the thing. Okay. Now we just take this over, let it hit the POW. And yeah, I feel like mentally I kind of solved that a while ago. It was just trying to figure out how to get the Muncher positioning right without messing it up myself. Anyway, Vex, that was actually a really good puzzle. I always kind of like that, where there's just this one... I mean, I know people wouldn't necessarily be pleased with the surprise, but in terms of the sense of feeling really close to the solution and having to make one adjustment that turns out to be a very impactful adjustment, I think it works well. And the thing that I always find it pleasant to see, not just with puzzles, but with a lot of level designs in general, is just element reuse and, you know, specific blocks or items being recontextualized as you play. And so there was a fair bit of that there. And you're kind of right that a lot of the troll players, like, they do kind of unnecessarily play dumb sometimes for their audience, and that's something that I don't find too pleasant to sit through either. But I think I'm out of touch with the YouTube audience from Mario Maker in particular, so... Anyway, Supernova, let's get back to your code. And yeah, I'll just take your recommendation, given that the last one turned out really well. And yeah, I don't know if you have a particular piece that you think would be a good fit for this point in the stream. But I am open to suggestions. If you don't have a suggestion, I'll probably just pick another boss, to be honest. Because I enjoy the bosses. We could just go with it, Kingfin's Trench. Unless you have a recommendation, we'll just go with it. I'm sure we'll get through more of your list as you come back with time, so... Let's just pick something. It made a dragon, a kraken, a machine, Queen Boo, but never a shark. Well, we are going to need a bigger boat. 5.7%, that's partly influencing my decision here that, you know, we'll get through a bit of a more relaxed wind down as we close out the bonus queue. Okay. Gonna see some searchlights from the Pokies here. Oops. And let's not get eaten alive by the fish and chips here that were discarded into the ocean. Oh, it was made for Halloween. Okay, well. Yeah, Vex, oh, looked over in chat for a moment and just failed this trivial thing. Yeah, Vex, have a good night. And yeah, glad to catch your stream earlier this weekend as well. And okay, let's go around. Okay, that's going to be a bit of a chase. And we will eventually be going right in that location, but not until we have revealed whatever secret lies in store over here. Ah, look at that guy, and look at all those right arrows that are waiting to be revealed by turning on the lights. Look at that, very, very threatening. We'll tap that, and we're just going to have to run. Let's go. Before the boo wall closes in. Let's not be that silly. Okay. Up we go. Okay. Let's do this again. And yeah, just a matter of taking the time to dodge the boos without getting crunched by the walls. It's not going to be that tight in terms of timing, so we'll just be a little bit more careful. And go above, given the swimming mechanic, always bobbing your head up. I think it's always better to go above rather than below whenever possible. I can see that we're planning a bit of a Halloween jump scare with that one. Maybe this is a reset door, maybe it's not. Nope, just a door. And the music segment. And a key. That will require 3 pink coins by the looks of it, as we traverse the maze. Okay. And, oh yes, we had a right arrow, we came through here. Couldn't get playtesting for this, so there were a few rough spots. Yeah, that happens. Let's see what happens here. Oh yeah, let's just tap this. Grab a 1-up for Endless. And yeah, back through here. In the music maze. That is not a coin. We would be advised not to touch that. Whoops. Definitely making some minor slips here. That's okay. We'll manage. Eventually. And okay. Get through here. That guy seems to be floating a little bit lower than I remember. But... Coin 1. And... yeah, we'll just go back and follow the branches. Yeah, what's over here? Let's dip into this location. There we go. Nearly had a bit of an accidental cling onto the vine with my up button, and that would have been really not the most advisable way to go. Yeah, it's 2 coins, and let's go 3. And yeah, it's just going to be dodging a single spiny every time. Okay, wait for this guy. Through we go. Yeah, of course we're going to tap this just to see what happens. I mean, when it's up against ground like that, there are only so many things it can be. Checkpoint! So, let's see the track spectacle segment here as the fish load in. Yeah, that looks like the pipe is not something we should try entering. So it's a shark made of other fish. And yeah, once again, just having a very carefully timed track loading sequence. Getting everything to look like a bit more fluid piece of artwork than one normally sees. It's kind of neat, actually, to have that central blaster, you know, where it's shooting little fish at you. Kind of a nice placement there with a central boo there. The one cloud block looks like it's wearing a little collar or something like that. This is nothing. This is just waiting for something to break so we can actually move on to another segment, I'm sure. Feels like a waiting segment anyway. I don't think there's anything I can interact with that I can see. Yeah, there we go. And what have we got here? Right, so phase 2, you have a different blaster now. Oh, interesting that you kind of changed that out. I guess it was a bit of off-screen sleight of hand there while we were in the waiting segment. And being misdirected by all that. Oh, look at that. It would totally spoil the end of Fargo. And there we go. Well, the fish has been chipped. Electro Dude, welcome. Electro Dude, we are kind of winding down. But thank you for dropping by anyway. I hope it's going well. We're already doing the bonus queue after reopening, so... Yeah, thank you for that. Once again, Supernova. Lots to catch up on from you, so hopefully we'll see you back for more. Okay, let's see what remains. Nugu Kaza. Whoops. Hope I typed that incorrectly. Here's a wall bounce balloon space race. Okay, now that we have trained ourselves to bounce around with a pea balloon, let's see if we know how to bounce around with a pea balloon. Yeah, Electro Dude, I heard you were doing a building stream, but I think I missed it by the time I heard about it, so I hope that was going well. I should probably learn how to be a bit more fluent with the controller interface for making, so I can do more building stuff on video at some point. I've never been comfortable with it because I've always built with a stylus, but now I tend to have recurring Joy-Con drift problems frequently enough. That's, first of all, I'm not going to make the 10-second timer here at all. Yeah, playing this with D-pad might be a bad idea, but the thing I was saying was that now I have enough recurring problems with drift that I may have to, you know, start building with the control interface anyway. Okay, I see. So this is all just about mastering the E-balloon deflection in terms of letting up. Yeah. And hitting the targets that are marked by the MTP blocks. And if I maintain momentum all the way, that should get under the 20-second marker. I need to be accurate enough not to hit bumpers. Yeah, losing too much momentum all over, but... Okay. Just gonna get absolutely murdered by this. Yeah, no, I know what I'm supposed to do. My aim is just terrible. I might have to switch controllers for this one. Oops. Yeah, losing a bit too much speed. Everywhere. Yeah, not even close. Nowhere close. I'm glad you showed me the training level first. That's for sure. Yeah. I think I'm not flying accurately enough with or without the deflection, though, so... Okay. Yeah. Yeah, definitely not getting any of the crisp timings that I should be here. Yeah. I may have to dig up a controller with an actual stick. I may have to pause to do that, but let's give it a few more tries first just to get the deflection timings down. Because if the deflection timings go down, then at least we're mainly just worried about directional accuracy. And if I'm hitting, you know, 1 or 2 targets, usually that kind of keeps me on track for ones after. It's just when I miss a whole bunch of them entirely that I run into problems. It is kind of pleasant to maintain momentum when I do execute that successfully, so... Oops. Nope. There is a record of about a little under 18 seconds, so somebody managed to do this with about 2 seconds to spare, so, you know, there is room for maybe one mistake. Not as many as we're making, of course. Whoa. Oh, it's a re-upload, okay, yeah. I don't know if you had a particularly decent record on it previously, but... Looks like you'd have to really work for this. Yeah, I guess Supernova, maybe you've been walked through this whole process before then. But it seemed like you were pretty familiar with the people in tech as it was, so... Yeah, it could be something different that he's thinking about, but... Yeah, losing way too much on every corner. And maybe getting not even half of these. But... Yeah, so the issue right now is not that I'm not boosting properly out of the vine segments, is that I'm flying inaccurately enough that I'm bumping into all of the walls. That I'm bumping into the standard ground walls rather than contact points that are marked by the vines. Yeah. So it's purely flight accuracy that's kind of throwing off everything else, even when I do get the boosts. It really does feel pretty smooth if you do it properly, though. Tell you what, I am going to dig out the Pro Controller. One moment. While I do that, I've got to figure out where I put my other controllers first. Okay, 1 second. have to do controller order and everything, so. Okay, let's drive stick and see how it goes. Yeah, I'd been back to the Super Nintendo pad for a while simply because it resolves a lot of issues when it comes to inputs in 3D World in particular, where, you know, diagonals can really kill you given certain circumstances. Yeah, okay, we're missing a couple of boosts now, but you can see that flight is much more accurate. Other than the frog suit, this is literally the only thing I use analog stick for in the game. And you can tell sometimes that there are... Well, I mean, everybody just kind of has a preference for what they play with, and it's very easy to just not test for the other method. Particularly because it's kind of non-standard for me, as it is to be playing with a controller that has no stick. Whoops. The flight is going much better, though, I would say. In terms of being able to correct for direction. Still a long ways to go with this one. You can see all the death markers peppering the entire layout. People have kind of died all the way down the track. Whoops. Nope. Not doing the deflection time properly. You see, that sequence felt a lot better. And that did not. Okay, improvements can be made. We'll see if I can manage to get this. Tricky, but... Yeah, bumping against the wrong wall there, that's the issue. We'll see how reasonably close I can get. This is going to be probably much too tight for me to handle, but... I don't know how far I am from the end just yet, though, so we'll see soon enough. But given how much trouble I was having with the time gating on some of the tutorials earlier, I'm not necessarily counting on being able to take it clear. Yeah, missing everything. And once you kind of fall off when it comes to momentum, it's very difficult to get back on, so... whoops. Good progress to get to the spike. Have I even seen this spike? I don't think I've even seen this spike, which tells me just how far behind I am. Nope. Nope. Yeah, we'll see what we can make of this. I mean, worthwhile to learn this anyway, in case it comes up with more P-Balloon levels that we encounter along the way, so... It's funny because, so Team P-Balloon, which is not something I've really been following, had this one particular level that was rated like an 8.5 or something. It was a P-Balloon puzzle. And being a P-Balloon puzzle, I think I found it significantly more approachable than anything that is sort of execution-oriented when it comes to the P-Balloon. It was a D.I. Progan's level, who, like, he's a fairly regular presence on this stream, and so kind of showed that off here a few weeks ago. And hey, Merlin, welcome. Merlin, we're kind of winding down already, but I'm glad you managed to catch me. I know that you find the stream a little bit too early for you on weekends, so... Today we've been learning a lot about how badly I fly with a P-balloon. You know what? I can actually afford to let go a lot earlier than I've been doing. That's what I've been finding out. That, you know, I always feel like I have to let go right before I make contact. But when I develop full momentum, I can actually let up much, much earlier and still maintain speed. And yeah, Balloon Brain. Yeah, I had a great time with Balloon Brain, actually. I was very happy with that one. But once again, you know, it's one of those cases where I think P-Balloon people found it very difficult, but, you know, I find solving puzzles with a P-Balloon a lot more approachable than actually flying with a P-Balloon, so... But yeah, in the space physics in particular, you can let go of it quite early, as you were saying. And there's cheese in it, you're saying? Yeah, I don't know if it's something I would have encountered or thought about. I guess the cheese is if you actually know how to play precision. Okay. I mean, we'll have to learn this stuff eventually. I don't know if I'll get very far in this one, but, you know, we'll make a reasonable effort. Oh, you got a world record on it. Okay, okay. I'm definitely talking to the right person then. Yeah, I guess if you're, you know, not only playing a P-Balloon puzzle, but doing so with actually decent P-Balloon technique, that's a definite plus. Yeah, I lost too much momentum from a turnaround there just from hitting the wall. But I'm improving slightly. Slightly. Yeah, I think accurately changing direction is being a bit of a pain here, but... We'll see. I'll definitely at least look at the previous screen afterwards to see if I'm anywhere close, but... Nope. Nope. Yeah, losing way too much speed, but... Yeah, some of these sequences are feeling better when I can chain a couple of the collisions together properly, but... Just don't quite have the consistency here yet when it comes to the timing, as well as, you know, just not running into walls everywhere. There are certainly some locations where I have to sort of anticipate the rotation as well. I mean, I found that even in easier P-Balloon levels like the Nintendo Ninja one, that was definitely the case. That you kind of have to understand how to do the turnarounds ahead of time. Like that, yeah. Way better. Somewhat. In terms of, you know, just anticipating the direction. Where you just kind of point where you want to go instead of holding Y at the moment of contact. So yeah, even if we don't get through very much more of this, it's still reasonably satisfying to just kind of improve the technique. And like, I'm not one of those players who believes I have to beat something in order to have a good time. Like, if I feel like it is a valuable learning experience, then we've gotten something out of it. But then that's, very much a sort of arcade mentality as a way of thinking about difficulty. That, sometimes you're satisfied to make partial progress if you have some kind of sign of improvement. And if you're coming from high score-based arcade games anyway, where it's not really about beating the thing, it's more about improving on however it was you were doing previously. Okay, bad start. You got prestige in Splatoon, congratulations. Yeah, Nukukaza, thank you for the follow. I know that I had a bit of natural attrition of some followers back when I was taking my break of several months. Because I was gone from pretty much October till February, and surprisingly I didn't lose too many follows in the process, but I would not be surprised if a lot of people just kind of periodically clear out channels that have not been active in a while. So my follow notifications have been broken lately too, so I don't know what's up with that. Like, they have been inconsistent. Sometimes they go, sometimes they don't. Yeah, I can't fault anyone for just keeping things tidy. I feel like I'm subscribed to way too many channels. I feel like in general I've had a good sense of who is going to be around Mario Maker long term, though, in that, if I'm following people for Mario Maker, generally they have stayed with the game. Even if they have introduced some variety or scaled back whatever they can. They're not the kind of people who would just be there because it was briefly the trendy thing to do. And it's kind of nice to see that a lot of people are in this for the long haul, as they should be, because, the best stuff in community-oriented games like this comes with the development of a lot of technical knowledge and a lot of design expertise over time, right? And it was very visible even with the launch of Maker 2, where, it was just a huge jump. Despite all the garbage that was there was a huge jump from the launch condition of Maker 1. Just because you actually did have the presence of people who roughly knew what they were doing. Okay, I'm not going to stay on this for too many more attempts. It does feel beyond my reach in terms of just my consistency with this mechanic, but I feel like we're occasionally making some improvements, so that will at least be something we can take away from this. So. But I do feel like this is a little bit beyond what I can do, particularly with the trouble I was having making the gates even in the training stage that you showed off earlier, so we'll see. I'm going to look at the layout afterwards for sure, as I was saying, and get a sense of how we were doing. Okay. Yeah. The initial turnaround is still giving me trouble. Once I build up momentum over a longer straightaway, it seems like I'm actually doing a bit better. Hey. Whoops, bad bump there, but we were doing okay up to that point. Yeah, okay, got into the zone here for a bit. Look at that. The goal is in sight. What was the spike you were talking about earlier then? Did I just not even see the spike? Okay, that suddenly looks a lot more approachable. That was a big jump in progress. Considering that I hadn't even seen the gold tape on screen previously. And it's sort of hidden. Yeah, I guess my eyes aren't really on that, given that looking entirely at the track and where I can go and what I have to avoid. Yeah, it seems like getting that first bump on that good attempt was a pretty big gain already. It's just that we hit a few too many walls along the way. Well, even if I don't get much further, getting the gold tape on screen was progress. So, let's just see it. No. Yeah, if I'm missing the first bump, there's no point, really. But it is kind of nice to get into the flow. Yeah, that was not getting into the flow. That was slowing down everywhere. Once again, getting within range of the gold tape despite many mistakes along the way, so... We're getting there, maybe. Yeah. If I can make the first bump, I can get into much better shape. Yeah. Much acceleration at one spot, that's going to be too many mistakes. But it seems like there's enough of a cushion to make me make one error. I do need to anticipate the turnaround. I should be thinking about it as, you know, at the point of contact, I should be in the middle of changing directions rather than boosting. And that little mental adjustment went a long way. Of course, I still have to aim correctly. That would be a necessary part of this process. Whoops. Nope. That is one big nope. Okay. Nope. Well, I mean, we've had two passable attempts. I mean, we're still a long way from the gold tape, but they kind of made this look reachable. Given a bit of cleanup. Previously, I just didn't know how much was left, and then now it's kind of encouraging to have a clear visual idea of that. Okay. Nope. That's right, we'll get somewhere with this eventually, I'm sure. Whoops. Just not like that. No. Really is noticeable, that spark effect when you hit those squares, where often I am hitting them as though I'm scraping against walls and having all the tires fall off. So it seems very appropriate in that sense. Nope. Okay, that one bump was unfortunate. Once again, almost getting to the 1-ups on screen, but a very auspicious start kind of fell apart on me there. Yeah, too slow. Nope. Well, I mean, with a clear rate of around 1%, clearly 1% of people know what they're doing when it comes to sort of thing. Oops. Okay, probably just a few more attempts, as I was saying. Because it does feel like I'm kind of reaching the point of slipping and losing some of my previous progress. Yeah. Not quite there. Not quite there, but there will come a point when we get going somewhere. I don't think the goal is within reach for me today, though. Because that is still quite a fair bit of distance to cover, even if I am seeing it half a screen away. And considering how much trouble I was having, you know, with just closing in a distance of an extra block back when I was doing the training level, that kind of tells me how far off I really am. So, that last effort was not a particularly good effort, but let's take a look at the map here. Outside that bottom, then boost. Oh, no multiplayer matches yet. That's too bad. I mean, not that anybody would actually make it through this multiplayer, but... yeah, I mean, we got to the goal screen, or at least we got half a screen away from it. You know, fairly simple concept, but I think the spacing does sort of test you against a couple of different angles of reflection and dashing patterns in a fairly small space. So there's actually quite a lot of variation crammed into a very simple concept in this layout here. So yeah, thank you for that. We'll kind of accept defeat for the time being. Now I think that's actually it for the list today. So yeah, Merlin, I will not be back for you when you are back from lunch, but I will probably search for a raid in just a sec. I think we're through everybody yet. Gonna mark that as a loss. So yeah, you know, we'll pass you folks on to somebody whether you are planning to stay or not. I'll just take a moment to look around, but for the time being, thank you for joining me for so long today, and thanks for all the submissions and for watching. As usual, scheduling information for the week ahead will be posted in the Discord, but I'm hoping to do more puzzle streams through the week because we had a big one-screen puzzle unfinished from a few nights ago that I think I know how to crack now, and also want to get through a lot of other things of that sort. So we'll be doing a couple of maker streams through the week, I hope, and maybe bringing in some other plans as well. But viewer levels themselves will be back next weekend on the same schedule, hopefully. For the time being, though, have a good night or good morning or just about a good afternoon if you are like Merlin and about to have your lunch. And fare thee well.